हेलो हेलो हो रहा है ना। हेलो हेलो 1 2 3 4। हाँ।
This is the story of an eagle. An eagle
Yes.
He is with Navamika. I told her she will be here. So we don't need the key, no? You'll bring it after lunch. The names and ring the bell. There is one on top of tomorrow. Is there? You can copy that also.
Yes.
At Rudy stop.
Not for all these things.
No need?
Let's do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Who leads that now? It's not for the stock. One second. Let me copy this one. For the next session. Yeah, next session. Not for this session, so yeah. This one is not for the last session. That is coming. Just put that. We'll just try this for a second.
Check, check. Check, 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 check. Hello.
This is a story of an eagle. An eagle has the longest lifespan of its species. It can live up to 7. This is a story of an eagle. An eagle has the longest lifespan of its species. It can live up to 70 years. But to reach this age,
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to the second session of this conference on Asian Values, Human Future. People are trapped in history, and history are trapped in people. So too the values. And this afternoon, we have a session titled Asian Reality and Probity in Public Life. In order to chair this session, we do have a great person with tremendous experience of a public life, both in India and lot to do with China. That is none other than Dr. Joshua Thomas, the Deputy Director of ICSSR NSC. And Joshua Thomas has an extensive experience and study in regards to China. So please welcome Dr. Joshua Thomas to be the chair of this afternoon. Welcome, sir. Now I request you to welcome the other presenters of this afternoon.
Thank you, Father Paul, for your warm welcome, as well as a very warm introduction. May I request the three paper presenters for this session, Professor V. Suryanarayan, Professor A.C. Sinha, and Dr. Prasenjit Biswas to come to the dais. It's a great honor for a student to chair the professors. Good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, let me express my deep appreciation and gratitude to Father Stephen Maweli, Vice Chancellor, Don Bosco University, and the organizing committee of this international conference on Asian values and human future. And more particularly, let me express my sense of gratitude to Father Joy for inviting me to chair this session on Asian reality and probity in public life. I consider it a great honor and also a great privilege to chair this session in which my teacher and a very distinguished historian who proudly called himself as a wandering academic, Professor V. Suryanarayan, who was as a faculty in Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, many years ago in the initial phase. Later, he moved to Madras University, where he was professor and director at the Center for South and Southeast Asian Country. During that time, I was a student in the early 70s. And Professor Suryanarayan has done extensive work on Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Singapore. And we are privileged to have you, Professor Suryanarayan. And as a student, I look forward to hear your presentation. And on my right-hand side, Professor A.C. Sinha, a renowned sociologist who was teaching sociology in Northeastern Hill University for more than 3 decades. And at one point of time, he was honorary director in the ICSR Northeastern Regional Center. And a couple of years ago, he was National Fellow ICSR New Delhi. Professor Sinha, we are happy that you are here. I worked under you, and it's always a joy for me to chair when you are here. And the extreme right-hand side, Professor Biswas, Prasenjit Biswas, is a good friend of mine and a leading and a dynamic philosopher of our country. And unfortunately, we are missing 2 of the Chinese delegates. Being in the ICSSR, being in the Northeastern Regional Center of ICSSR for more than 2 decades or nearly 2.5 decades. We have organized several conferences, and we face the music, what you are facing in Don Bosco University today. And we used to get the visa on the day of the seminar. In a sense, the foreign delegates, they will be missing the seminar. But I'm glad that the Chinese delegates will be coming tomorrow at least. And I'm sure the remaining session of the seminar will be a great eye-opener for us. And it's a great privilege to have a historian, a sociologist, and a philosopher in our midst. Although I'm not in any way in the categories of these distinguished scholars on this panel, I'm a student of political science. I have done a very little work on India's northeast and neighboring countries, especially with China and Myanmar. However, the theme of the conference on Asian values and human future affects, in a sense, all of us and all the discipline. With this brief note, let me welcome all the 3 panelists, and we'll have in our hand 1.5 hours, 90 minutes. And we will give each panelist 20 minutes. It's always a joy for me to listen to all the panelists. They have the unique way of presenting. I always tell them the longer time they present, the better it is. But because we have just 90 minutes, we'll give each paper presenters 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll have 20 minutes for discussion. Over to Professor Suryanarayan. You could present from sitting here.
Chairman Professor Joshua Thomas, fellow panelists and friends. It's extremely difficult to speak in the post-lunch session, and that too after a sumptuous lunch. I'm reminded of the definition of a professor who has to take class in the post-lunch period as one who speaks while all students sleep. May at the outset express my deep sense of appreciation to the organizers of this conference, especially to Dr. Joy Thomas for getting me all the way from Chennai to northeastern part of India. I thought it will be cool in Guwahati, but I realized after coming here, I moved over from one furnace to another furnace. For those of us who belong to the teaching profession, speaking is not a difficult task, but to be brief and beautiful is an arduous one. Professor Joshua Thomas said that we will allot 20 minutes to all the panelists. It takes nearly 25 minutes for a professor to warm up in the class, and to expect him to wind up in 20 minutes is a very difficult task. However, I shall try to be as brief as possible. The Hollywood actress Elizabeth Taylor told her husband soon after her 9th marriage, "This too shall be brief." I'll start my presentation with 3 quotations because I'm speaking on Lee Kuan Yew and Asian values, an Indian liberal perspective. The first 2 quotations are from Lee Kuan Yew, and the third one is one of his old comrades in arms, but who later parted company with him and settled down in Canada. His name is Devan Nair, the former president of Singapore. These are Lee Kuan Yew's quotation. The first one: "I'm often accused of interfering in the private lives of citizens. Yes, if I did not, had I not done that, we wouldn't be here today. And I say without any slightest remorse that we would not be here. We would not have made economic progress if we had not interfered on very personal matters: who your neighbor is, how you live, the noise you make, how you spit, what language you use. We decide what is right. Never mind what the people think." The quotation is very revealing about the man and his ideas. The second one is from a quotation from a speech that he made in the Philippines, where he said, what developing countries require is not democracy, but discipline. I do not believe that democracy necessarily leads to development. What a country needs to develop is discipline more than democracy. The third quotation is from Devan Nair, who was his comrade in arms and did many of the was a party to many of the dictatorial things that Lee Kuan Yew did, but later parted company and went to Canada. He was living in the state of Ontario. And in the liberal, multilingual, multi-ethnic atmosphere of Canada, he had opportunities to rethink about men and matters. And this is what he said. Those who order, systematize, and govern in the aftermath of revolution often becomes votaries of covert and pernicious altars. Ineluctably, the Olympian gods are displaced and the titan holds sway with lamentable results. The master of the human spirit is first arrested, then retarded. Lee Kuan Yew is definitely one of the outstanding statesmen of our times. He has molded Singapore history, its political system, its education system, its foreign policy, its social engineering, whatever you want. It can be said, as Louis XIV said about France, I am the state, Lee Kuan Yew is Singapore, Singapore is Lee Kuan Yew. But it will be highlighted that there is a negative side to the growth of Singapore and its significant achievement. There is a big democratic deficit in Singapore. All the essentials of a vibrant liberal democracy, multi-party system, competitive politics, independence of judiciary, free press, active students and trade unions, tolerance of dissent, all of them have been subjected to severe stresses and strains. The worst instrument in the hands of the government is the Internal Security Act, which was introduced by the British during the colonial days, but it was perfected and expanded in a big way by Lee Kuan Yew after independence. In fact, the world record in having long detention in the whole world goes to a Chinese politician called Chia Te-po, who spent 27 years in prison, detention without trial. And Joshua, what was his crime? He was demonstrating before the American embassy against the savage war in Vietnam. I recall my student days in Delhi when we used to regularly demonstrate before the American embassy on the savage war in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Suppose I were in Singapore, I would still have been in detention. Now, the Amnesty International has spelled out what sort of treatment they used to get in prison. Electric shocks, solitary confinement, beatings, and threats to families. If you want to come out of the jail, you must recant that I was a member of the Malayan Communist Party or I was working for them. And this recantation is publicized in a big way. Their character is assassinated, they are defamed, and then only they are released. Now, how does Lee Kuan Yew justify his authoritarian government? There comes Asian values. He, as I told you, believes more in discipline than in democracy. To pose discipline versus democracy itself is wrong. Because a democratic society can also be disciplined. Take the case of Japan, take the case of the Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and all. So to pose democracy is opposed and discipline is opposed to democracy itself is wrong. As a liberal Indian Democrat, I do not agree with this thing. But he justified it because the 80s was the period when the Southeast Asian economies and the East Asian economies registered rapid progress. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Indonesia, and Singapore. And Lee Kuan Yew began to link economic progress with cultural traits. And these cultural traits included hard work, thrift, which resulted in high savings. In fact, our savings, Joshua, is very high, about 25%. Emphasis on education, consensus, rejection of individual rights, national teamwork, and respect for authority. This respect for authority he rubs in, which essentially means respecting Lee Kuan Yew and authoritarianism. But this emphasis of the Asian values is stopped because of three developments. First was what happened to Marcos in the Philippines, when as a result of popular upsurge, the dictator regime of that tin pot dictator was thrown into the dustbin of history. Then you have Suharto following him, and finally the Asian economic crisis. That took away the foundation of his argument that the Asian values are superior. So he stopped speaking about Asian values. Then he went in for the Confucian ethics, the superiority of the Chinese system, and all those things. The official history of Singapore, there is only official history. There is no non-official history unless people like me and others who are critics of Singapore occasionally write some articles. The history of the Singapore is the history of the victor, those who won the battle, and the vanquished is defamed, disgraced, discredited, detention without trial, and various other things. And Lee Kuan Yew had written memoirs, 2 volumes. First is the Singapore story, and the second is from third world to the first. Big memoirs, smaller the country, the memoirs will be big. Each one 500 pages, and all those things. Unlike Gandhiji's experiments with truth, Gandhiji is very candid. He mentions about his folly, his foibles, also his convictions, his principles. Lee Kuan Yew justifies himself. In fact, in chapter 1 review of it, I said it's the lawyer's defense of himself. Joshua Sunanda Datt's book on Lee Kuan Yew was given to me for review in the Hindu, and I gave the title for the review of Lee Kuan Yew Can Do No Wrong. But the Hindu fellows, they changed it and then put that. So we have only the official history of Singapore as written by Lee Kuan Yew, and the memoirs contain suppressive, very suggestive. He suppresses inconvenient facts, and he suggests many other things. I can mention 2 or 3 incidences, but I don't have the time, so I will skip over it. But if there is time during the discussion, I will mention these things. Now, when Lee Kuan Yew came from London, he studied in Cambridge and came back to Singapore, and along with his friends, Dr. Tochin Chey, Goking Sui, Rajaratnam, and all, he started the People's Action Party. Now, Lee Kuan Yew belongs to a Peranakan family, what we call the Baba Chinese, but they don't speak much of Chinese at home, they speak Malay and English. And the objective of the People's Action Party was to draw the Chinese educated into the political stream, because unless the Chinese educated had gone into the political stream, you cannot make much headway. And he came in touch with Lim Chin Siong, the most popular figure at that time in 1950s, who was a genuine anti-colonialist and carried on freedom. But Lee Kuan Yew accused him of being a communist leader and later detained him and all. Incidentally, speaking about the detention and the Preventive Detention Act, many people have written, including Devan Nair, that the British gave them better treatment, that in the jail they did not torture them, they did not humiliate them, and they could carry on dialogue for bringing down the British government, whereas the independent Singapore committed a lot of crimes, which have been listed by the Amnesty International, the Human Rights Watch, and all those things. So he wanted to draw the Chinese, educate the mainstream, and he made use of Lim Chin Siong to do that. At that time, in old times, Singaporean told me that in Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they will hold public meetings. The public meetings will begin with the party chairman Tochin Chey speaking, who will speak for 5 minutes. Then Lee Kuan Yew will take the floor in his Oxbridge English. He will hold for 20-25 minutes. The audience will be very unhappy. They will make their displeasure felt, ask him to stop, and then Lim Chin Siong will take the floor when he establishes close rapport with the people. And he whips them emotion. He was a real charismatic figure, but whose life, unfortunately, was brought to an end by the Singapore government as such. And Lim Chin Siong was also more popular than Lee Kuan Yew. In the first election to the party executive committee, Lim Chin Siong polled more votes than Lee Kuan Yew. And therefore, Lee Kuan Yew's strategy was to make use of them, what is called riding the tiger, but do not get swallowed by the tiger. And in order to do that thing, what he did was to amend the party constitution. They created two types of membership. One is the ordinary member, and then you had the cadre members. It's only the cadre members who can vote for the party executive committee. The only party executive committee nominates the cadres for standing for the election law. So cadre members are more important. And he compared this system to the institution of papacy, where the Pope appoints the cardinals and the cardinals appoint the Pope. So it's a close-knit affair and all. And there is no intra-party democracy within the party. An intra-party democracy, people like me think, is an essential part of the political system. The second one was that he was in complete league with the British administrators to check the left right. So there were three troika, Thomson, Meadows, and Blakes, with whom he was in constant touch and advised them to arrest the left leaders and all those things. One instance was there was a constitutional talks to provide the colony of Singapore complete internal self-government in 1959. And Lee Kuan Yew suggests in a meeting in London, you must include a provision that those who are detained will not be able to stand for the election. In other words, the leftist friends will not be allowed to stand for election and all. And he came to Singapore and said this was imposed by the British. But Lim Yew Hock, the chief minister of Singapore at the time, said in the legislative assembly, this provision was included at Lee Kuan Yew's suggestion. In 1959 election, they win the power, and the leftists are released, and the left builds up in strength in a big way. All the trade unions and all they try to capture. 1961, in one of the major by-elections, the PAP loses, and a Chinese demagogue called Ong Keng Guan wins the election, which Lee Kuan Yew uses to persuade Tunku Abdul Rahman to say that Singapore will become the Cuba unless the Malaysia is formed and all. And the leftists are compelled to leave, and they form a political party of their own called the Barisan Socialist, which means Socialist Front. And all the cadre members, all the branches, including the branch from which Lee Kuan Yew was elected, namely Tanjong Pagar, all of them, they moved over to the left. And then the Brunei revolt took place in 1962, where Azhari led a popular revolt against the formation of Malaysia. And the British troops were moved from Singapore to put down the revolt. And there was opposition to that, including the Barisan Socialists. And then came the golden opportunity for Lee Kuan Yew. On February 1963, about 150 people were detained. It was called as Operation Cold Store. They were put in the cold storage, which included Lim Chin Siong, Fong Swee Swan, James Puducherry, Dominic Puducherry, and various, Dr. Posukai, and various others. And they were in court. And in jail, solitary imprisonment, high walls, you don't see even the sun. You're only allowed 15 minutes to go to the toilet. And under solitary imprisonment, many of them. Then electric shocks, political detainees. Political detainees were not done like that. And Lim Chin Siong was suffering from high blood pressure. Medicines were given. According to Hussein Ali, the well-known Malay writer, was a friend of Lim Chin Siong. He was given medicines which not only lowered his blood pressure, but also gave him suicidal tendencies. And he tried to commit suicide in the prison. Finally, he recanted, went to London, where he was running a vegetable shop, and then came back to Singapore. After a few years, he died. And with that ended the story of Lim Chin Siong. In fact, the Syed Azhari, the well-known Malay writer and poet, has compared Lim Chin Siong as a comet in the sky, and who lighted the firmament for a long time. Now, when Lee Kuan Yew started his political career, he said that he was a democratic socialist. Not a communist, but a democrat. That you can bring about socialism through democratic means. And those years, 1950s, he used to quote Jawaharlal Nehru frequently. But when he started his authoritarian government, naturally Jawaharlal Nehru's name was anathema heresy. So Nehru was forgotten. He was asked who are his leaders. He mentioned Winston Churchill, Deng Xiaoping, and de Gaulle. Then when the authoritarian tendency started, the Democratic Socialist Club wanted to expel Singapore from the Democratic Socialist Club. The Dutch Socialist Party took initiative in it, and a resolution was to be moved in London. When Singapore saw the writing on the wall, Devan Nayak led the Singapore delegation, and then they left the Democratic Socialist Movement. Just 1 week before the meeting of the Democratic Socialist Club, 20 people were detained without trial, of which 15 of them belonged to the church groups. Of course, some of them belonged to liberation theology, who later on became very active in the Philippines and all. But to accuse the church of harboring communists was something which was unheard of. That is, whoever opposes this regime, either calling communalists, communist, or Chinese chauvinists, or a combination of everything. There is no separation of powers in Singapore. The basis of the American presidential system, jury system has been abolished. In criminal cases, they used to have the jury system. Then one verdict of jury went against the government, so he abolished the jury system. The press is servile, not merely the left press. Palestine Economic Review, Economist, Asian Wall Street Journal, International Herald Tribune, by no stretch of imagination can you accuse them of left. All of them, cases were filed against them. For a long time, the parliament was a rubber stamp for the legislation. Later on, one or two opposition members got elected to the parliament. There was one Jeyaretnam, the Sri Lankan Tamil, who was elected from Anson constituency. And Lee Kuan Yew saw to it that cases were filed against him, and he was rendered financially bankrupt. As I mentioned to you, Lee Kuan Yew's suggestion that democracy and discipline are contradictory is something which I do not agree with. In fact, in his own ideas take very strange turns. There was an interview with Farid Zakaria, who was the editor of the Foreign Affairs, where he criticizes one man, one vote system. This one man vote system doesn't suit democratic countries. Between the ages of 40 and 60, people should be given 2 votes. That means he will not be entitled to 2 votes because he is more than 60. Because they can exercise the vote freely. He challenges the one. He believes in genes. That is, if an educated boy marries an educated girl, the child will be a prodigy. For us, what is required? In India, we believe what is required is opportunity. A man like Abdul Kalam, born in a fisherman family in the Rameshwaram, can become a specialist in his own field and can become the president of India. Dr. Ambedkar, born in a Mahar family with the lowest of the lowly, can go to Columbia, educate in the law, and can become the law minister. In our own fable, the Ramayana was written by Valmiki, who was a hunter. Vyasa, who wrote the Mahabharata, belonged to a fisherman's family. But Lee does not believe in that. Lee believes that only educated elitist system, then meritocracy, and social engineering in a big form. When Singapore became independent in 1965, 50% of the population was less than 18 years of age. So job opportunities have got. So we went on family planning in a big way. 2 children, not more than 2. Abortion was legalized. State amenities will not be available. And then the population was controlled. But then he found after a few years, educated, many of them remained single. And the population registered a negative growth. So today he is asking people to have more children. And since Singapore cannot provide the labor force, they are encouraging migrant labor from China, from India, from Indonesia, and other places. Since the Chinese educated provided the fertilizer for the left movement, he wanted to put a stop to Chinese medium, introduce English as a first language. Chinese medium schools were closed down. Then he found that the Chinese are getting deculturalized because the language becomes the main instrument of retaining your cultural identity. And therefore he reintroduced Chinese language, reintroduced Mandarin, the dialects were killed. So Confucian ethics, where he believes in family virtues, which is the harmony in the family is extremely important for that. But I do not know. I want those who have studied on China to answer my question. Would Confucius, if he were alive today, who believed in harmony, harmonious life, would he have permitted, would he have been happy if the state interferes in your private life in a big way? The state tells you can have only so many children. The state even puts closed circuit camera in the toilet to find out whether you are doing the act properly to Lee Kuan Yew's satisfaction. Would Confucius have agreed to that thing? I think Confucius would have disliked that statement as such. So there are universal values, not Asian values, not Indian values and all. One universal value is torture, against torture. Throughout the world, they were supposed to torture against the prisoners. What does the Singaporean government do? They whip. Kefti Sardar is engaged to whip the prisoner, and lashes come, then they allow the lashes to be healed again. Whipping is the most barbarous form. I think whether it is Chinese, you can't justify it in the name of Confucian ethics. So this happens. I had a lot of points because I have written my manuscript, but I'll stop here. But I want to conclude it with one anecdote, and there I stop. Prime Minister Narasimha Rao went to Singapore in 1991. He refashioned India's rupees policy. And he spoke in the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies in Singapore, where Lee Kuan Yew presided. And Lee Kuan Yew compared Narasimha Rao with Deng Xiaoping. The lecture was over, then there was a question-answer session, a planted question. Many of these functions, you plant the question. What India requires is not democracy, but discipline. Narasimha Rao pondered over 30 seconds, and then he replied, the antidote for the evils of democracy is not less democracy, but more democracy. There was thunderous applause, including senior members of the Lee Kuan Yew cabinet. Only one man was sweating and perspiring, that was Lee Kuan Yew, because Narasimha Rao, by these 7 or 8 words, demolished all that Lee Kuan Yew have been
You deserve a big clap. Thank you very much. Though you have taken a little extra time, it was really marvelous thing to listen to your presentation. He has talked about the outstanding statesman of the world, Lee Kuan, and how he has different values. On the one side, he talked about Asian values. On the other side, he talked about the Confucian value. But he had his own value, which he called as discipline. We will take up the question session, all the 3 papers once they are presented. Now, let me request Professor A.C. Sinha to present his paper on civilization in the context of the Eastern Himalayan region. Professor Sinha doesn't need any brief introduction. He has been working on Bhutan and Sikkim for many, many years. And some of his sharing will be from his personal encounters which he had during his field survey. Now, Professor Sinha.
Friends, it is a privilege to be in the company of my old colleagues, and so you please don't accuse us after the session that it was a family affair. You have made it and you will have it. So with this, You see, I have my right hand and left hand. Here is a philosopher, here is a historian. They have a huge canvas and they can talk and talk, the stories and all type of analysis. I'm empiricist. I collect data from society and report to you. So you will not find this type of sophistication in my presentation. Having said this, I start, the title I have given is slightly, which is not listed the way I have put. It is Civilization in the Context of Lamaism of Eastern Himalayas. It is not working. So, the title of the paper I have suggested is Civilization in the Context of Lamaism of Eastern Himalayas. It is deliberately, I'm not talking about classical Buddhism. And when the occasion comes, somebody asks, I will explain why. I start with the classical anthropological problem of culture, civilization, stages. So I will not go in all the detail. The only thing I will tell you that in my presentation and in anthropological literature, there has been a tradition that culture and civilization has been used simultaneously, synonymously. So it may be a problem, but that's what I'm going to talk about. Call it Lamais civilizations, Lamais culture. I don't have problem, but what I'm going to talk about is this. But these are the construct we have borrowed from the Western package. We have not done much on it. Is it all right? Because you all have been disturbing me. I'm not. So there is the idea is that, just to refer one point, Talad Asad statement on the type of anthropology we have been doing in India. That is, the way we have been using, it was used to serve a purpose. That purpose was to help the British in our case, or to French in other case, or Dutch in Indonesian case, to serve the purpose of administration, to inform, not to reform, not to elaborate, not to enlighten, but the purpose was different. Now, in this situation, I have some quotes, I will not go to that. What I find here that Professor Romila Thapar starts a quotation, the historian, that when Lord Buddha was asked to explain what is the government, and it is worth quoting this problem because it is coming times and again, in the previous presentation it has come. She says that Professor Thapar informs that when asked of the government, the Lord Buddha explained that in the beginning of the time, there was a pristine utopia where everybody was equal and had equal access to all the resources. The first change, and this is Buddha's statement, Professor Romila Thapar quotes, the first change, according to him, according to Buddha, came when the families were demarcated and became units of the society, and subsequently to this came the claims of ownership. And she gives a subtle comment. Perhaps Marx and Engels should have made a note of it, that before that somebody has talked about it. That is why many rest the list turned Buddhist at the end. With this, we come to another point that Buddha says something more also. He brings the issue of community. He doesn't talk about the state. He talks about community. That is why a monastery belongs to community. A community is not a territorial concept. It can be beyond territory. So this is important. You have to make a point of it. Why I talked about Lamaism and not Buddhism? The Lamaism in Eastern Himalaya and Tibet, of course, it has a folk Tibetan tradition. It has classical Buddhism. It has Bonism or indigenous nature worship. And it has modified as per the environment, as per the topography, as per the, because you know, Tibet has a very harsh climate. And that is how many institutions have emerged which are unique to them and which is part of the religious system. Tantrism, Saivism, Sakti, all these things in Eastern India has gone in the package of Lamaism. There is a British scholar who defined what is Lamaism. I will not quote it. If you need, I can do, but there is no need of it. The Buddhist book of Genesis, Agana Sutta, and it talks about Buddha's discourse on the creation of social order. And there he talks about the community. And why I'm referring to times and again, that when Buddhist Lamais has spread all over the world, it is the community. It is not a territorial state which the Dalai Lama controls. So this issue is very, very critical as a value. And then there is a quotation that, and it comes from Buddhist tradition, and within quote, the Kshatriya is the best among the folk who put the trust in the lineage, but one in wisdom and the virtue clothed is the best all among the spirits and the men, that is the holy man. In Buddhist tradition, you know, perhaps those of you who have done the work on the history of Buddhism, it was a conflict between Brahmanism and Buddhism. So Buddha emphasizes Kshatriyas against the too much rituals of the Brahmins. And what I'm going to talk in course of time here, that there is a character, Padmasambhava, the Rinpoche, which is the guardian deity of Sikkim, Bhutan, and to a great extent even in Tibet. He traveled, he was invited to travel to Tibet in 8th century of BC. And there he introduced the classical Buddhism. And from that, a number of sects emerged. And most of the places in the Eastern Himalayas and even in Ladakh, they are associated with this gentleman, Padmasambhava. And there is a prophecy that he will come here, he had come here. There is a prophecy that this lake he has visited and he had hidden some sacred texts. And these texts will be discovered by especially endowed persons at a given time. So everything is part of the prophecy and people believe it. Even today people believe it. And that is how the royalty of Sikkim was established. That is how the theocracy in Bhutan was established, and people still continue to believe. You go to these 2-3 countries up to Tawang, there are places. There is no historical evidence so far. I know that Padmasambhava, he was a historical character. He was a historical character who did go across the Himalayas. But then whether he visited all these places, there is no evidence on that, or whether there was a population in all these places, there is no historical evidence. As ethnographer looking back and tracing the local history, I have difficulty to establish it. But people believe it. And that is how most of the legitimacy is derived for the regimes of the 2 states. So it goes on and on. The point I would like you to, in the first morning session, and yesterday it was mentioned about the great holy traveler we had from China, Fayan and Huanshan. But here is the people from India has been going. Here is Padma Sambhava, I'm giving the example. The latest historical figure in 1772, 80s, the historian will correct me here, Gosai Puran Giri, who was used by the British Warren Hastings to reach his letter through the Panchan Lama to Peking. And he was a holy man in Gerua Bastra, saffron clothes. Incidentally, all these lamas are entitled to do trade. Now look here, it is a secular affair, but all the lamas are entitled to do the trade. And when I'm saying all, please don't include Dalai Lama. Now, all doesn't mean everybody, I mean by and large. There are exceptions who are beyond it. So what I'm trying to tell you that Himalaya has been barrier to a great extent, but there has been transaction beyond, and this was meaningful transaction, and it has never been a barrier. It was also a passage to pass through and reach beyond. So what Mr. Chairman, I have almost come to the end. I will not take your more time. I will save time for you. So what I'm trying to tell you that all these places had this type of situation. And especially there is a quotation from Bhutan, which is very interesting, that the founder of the Dukpa sect, he established his sect in, central Bhutan, central southern Bhutan. And after that, he asked his disciples to disperse. And a saying started that half of the people are Drukpa, that is his followers, and half of the Drukpas are beggars, and half of the beggars are saints. So you see, this is the type of situation it was, that is a very, very egalitarian system. The monastery was there, but monastery used to collect taxes in kind. So it was part of the local economic system. If the locality was rich, then monastery will be rich. If the locality was poor, which was invariably in the harsh climatic condition, it was. Last 2-3 paragraphs I would like to read to clinch the issues I have. To conclude my presentation, by the beginning of 20th century, the Drukpa church estate in Bhutan had exhausted all its potentialities, and it appeared it was it was unable to cope with the rising demands of the changing time. Moreover, the Drukpa monastic order was incapable of facing the challenge of the geopolitics of the region under the British colonial domination. As the British forces forced their way to Sikkim and Bhutan decisively by the beginning of 20th century, two Lamaist theocracies conveniently turned into British colonial principalities. In the same ratio, their religious, cultural, and even secular contacts northwards to Tibet were reduced, and they began turning toward the south. By the middle of 20th century, in the epoch-making events occurred affecting the region decisively. China turned into People's Republic and liberated, quote unquote, Tibet through armed intervention. British Indian Empire changed to Indian Union. Sikkim became an Indian protectorate, and Bhutan, though politically non-aligned and autonomous, tried to turn inward through a policy of isolation. By the third quarter of the century, 20th century, Chinese grip over Tibet became so suffocating that its theocrat, the Dalai Lama, took asylum in India in 1959. Bhutan cast off its isolation and became a member of United Nations with active Indian support. Sikkim lost its identity and became a part of India. Naturally, these fast-moving alignment necessitated massive demands on the Lamaism as a faith of countless individuals of Tibet, Bhutan, and erstwhile states, Sikkim, India and China. And it is to the credit of the faith that its followers have spread their wings from the Himalayan lapse to the world over in a big way. Gelugpa, Drukpa, Nengpa, other sects within the Tibetan Buddhist fold and have proved to be far more resourceful, vibrant, resilient, thriving than ever before by adopting to the changing times, technology, idioms, agencies. One may say that, called it Lamaism or Buddhism, it has spread its expanse from distinctly an Asian phenomenon to worldwide rational faith with the tantric, mandala, yogic, and other esoteric devices as an attractive proposition to the superactive industrial man of the world. Last sentence I have to say, you will rarely see a Tibetan refugee begging anywhere. If you find some, please give me the information. I have not seen during the last 40 years. That's you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Sinha, for your presentation on Lamaism. It's an exciting thing to know that there is no Tibetan beggar any part of the world. I'm in the hills for almost more than 30 years, and most parts of the hills, and we have the privilege of beggar-free areas. I wish to see the same thing all over the country. You have finished the presentation much in advance. Recently, I was in China. In Chinese system, they give only 10 minutes time for presentation. After 8 minutes, there will be a warning. 9th minute, second warning. 10th minute, they switch off the mic. So I don't think there is any necessity for me to do that. Now we are extremely happy to have Professor Prasenjit Biswas. He is a faculty in the Department of Philosophy. He is a prolific writer, speaker, and a very articulate, dynamic philosopher. It's always an exciting thing to listen to him. Over to Prasenjit. He'll be speaking on a critique of cultural insecurity, philosophical meditation on South and Southeast Asia. Prasenjit.
Thanks, Dr. Thomas, for your very warm introduction. And also, I'm very lucky and fortunate to have Narayan and Professor Sinha, who were predecessors in genealogical terms as the university in Shillong unfolded in the early 70s. And both of them are gurus in a certain sense because they initiated the process of learning. And they are the early ones who developed a critique of our idea of the region that we call Northeast of India. Professor Surya Narayan's pieces in the Hindu keeps telling us that geopolitically, South and Southeast Asia remains extremely profitable an area of study, primarily because it is entirely fuzzy. And through this fuzziness, you can see distinct intermingling of culture, peoples, territories, their desires, their emotions, their senses, and their feelings that give you a different idea of living in a region which otherwise looks not so eventful. As far as Professor Sinha's writing goes, which is particularly relevant to my kind of work, is his critique of state formation, which he did in 70s, and on which American Journal of Anthropology carried an elaborate debate. I remember the highlights of the debate, and the highlights of the debate is that social formation is more fundamental than the state formation, and society is formed not just on the basis of distinct cultural practices, but also on the basis of beliefs, ideas, and the ideational sphere that gets actualized in terms of certain artifacts or certain practices. And that really opened up a new dimension to understanding India's Northeast, that India's Northeast has a continuity with South and Southeast Asia in terms of distinct cultural traits in terms of certain concepts which have migrated across Himalayas, which have crossed Irrawaddy, which has started from Mekong, or maybe beyond Mekong in the Mediterranean and beyond Mediterranean. And from there, it traversed all across and came down to India's northeast, which James C. Scott so alluringly called as the region where the Jomias live, and a region which is a non-state space or a stateless space where people live by articulating an art of not being governed. Of course, this position of Scott is not unique. This position is derived from prior ethnographic writings on Southeast Asia, especially from Edmund Leach, from Richard O'Connor, and a number of other sociologists and anthropologists who have enriched our idea of how this particular region that we call now as Northeast is so intimately connected with South and Southeast Asia. And this actually brings us to today's picture of understanding that there are floating communities. There is a constant hybridization of culture. There is a constant borrowing, taking and giving between concepts, languages, ideas, beliefs, and faiths, between one contiguous area to a distant area, not so proximate. So you can see ideas have traveled from Arunachal Pradesh to Tibet to southwest of China. Ideas have come down from Mekong down to southwest China to Mizoram. And you can see this crisscross of ideas like rivers and the footpaths crisscross across the rivers and across the hills. So therefore, you have a very different imagination of a terrain which cannot be guided by state formation. One has to go back into the continually evolving social formations. And these formations evolve through a number of transactions. And one of the major transactions at this moment, which becomes very significant, is the migration of concepts. And you can see how concepts have migrated. A concept such as Tlomina, which is available among the Kuki-Chin communities, which means a kind of prowess, a kind of a virtuous intrinsic capacity of the self, or the way the self makes itself in the contestation of the world in the form of a prowess, travels from, let's say, Mon Khmer society down to Kuki-Chin society. And this travel has a number of intermediate concepts. You have concepts of Boribete. You have concept of Karingyo, for example. And you have also a concept of Kluangaina, all signifying a sense of the self, but self in a variety of qualification. A notion of self which is not just prowess, which is not just virtue, but which is something very inner. You can see a core value is revolving and evolving around a notion of the self, and it is traveling across to and fro, and you never can set a specific direction of its travel. You can set a specific direction of the travel of one community from one place to another, but you can't set the specific direction of travel of a concept such as a concept of self, which way it traveled from where to where. That trajectory cannot be simply mapped. So to my understanding, if we cannot sort of identify how core concepts have traveled, the core concepts in terms of where beliefs are constituted, practices are made, if we can't identify the precise trajectory through which they have traveled, how do you determine the borderlines and boundaries of a region? Is the region just enclosed into the 7 or 8 states that we now talk about? Or the region is open to the points where we think it to be closed? Think about the earlier indigenous ethnography. Ethnographers who have covered a tribe like Bokar tribe, which lives near Arunachal China border, and they were traveling to Tibet, and Tibetans were coming to trade with Bokars. Similarly, you can see all these border communities. You can think about Kuki-Chin community, in how many fragments they have got divided, and how each of the fragment has interacted with the other fragment. And that's a kind of a history. Now, I call this the history of liminal subjects, because they are never formed fully as a community which is well defined. because the sense of the community is the sense of borrowing from another community, maybe in the distant past, maybe in a not so proximate location. So therefore, you can see that the idea of community still remains very, very fuzzy. And one can say that they remain ontologically fuzzy, indeterminate, and not properly demarcated. You can think about the very idea of being a Naga. Who is a Naga? Are Southern Angamis Naga in the sense of being Naga? Are Mao's Naga in the sense of being Naga? Are Thankul's Naga in the sense of being Naga? Or Ao's Naga in the sense of being Naga? How the word Naga combines this multiplicity, plurality itself is a very big task to understand. And to my mind, because there is a kind of a conceptual borrowing, there is a kind of a not so designed and well-connected sharing of practices, but at the same time, practices are shared at the level of belief, maybe at the level of even dreaming together. The way Angamis dream, Aos also dream in the same way. Kersey J.H. Hutton. Hutton has given descriptions of the dreams that Angamis have and dreams that Aos have. And the dream that he has about how Aos and Angamis have dreamed. This is there in India Office Library. So you can see even at the level of dream, there is a kind of a conceptual sharing. But this sharing does not articulate and actualize itself in material terms. There is this large immaterial ideational component of a fuzzy society, which tries to describe itself by a common name, by a common language. But at the same time, the common name and common language does not find a common immediate referent. The reference which they refer to is always mediated by concepts which are borrowed, which are transacted in a continuum of transaction. Now, this situation is something which is very unique, I would say. It's unique in the context of Southeast Asia, and the territory that I covered through my philosophical and ethnographic fieldwork is the territory starting from India's northeast to northern part of Myanmar, going up to the Mekong region. And I can see that a large number of communities, major communities, name any community, the communities are flowing across the borders of the state, because borders are porous borders. And why borders are porous? Because these borders cannot be mapped in terms of tight legal territories. Why they can't be mapped in terms of tight legal territories? Because the territory itself is very fuzzy. The flow of the river all the time changes itself. Even the hills, the same tree probably changes its location, and you can't in a cadastral way survey the territory and properly demarcate it. Just as this failure of cognition works in terms of mapping the territory, this is supplemented by the possibility of crossing the territory. A Naga who crosses from western part of Nagaland and enters into the northern part of Myanmar can go up to the southwest tip of China, even today, without any obstruction. A Naga gentleman can travel all across. Or a Tibetan gentleman who starts from Lhasa can come down to Arunachal Pradesh, and from Arunachal Pradesh down to Dimapur. Of course, if I say this, that will become a kind of a political controversy, but ethnographically speaking, this is the reality even in today's context, primarily because the communities are interlinked and there is an extension of the social and cultural boundaries that provide an immediate habitat for a traveler or for someone who moves for certain purposes of livelihood across boundaries. So therefore, you can see that this entire territory cannot be mapped in terms of rigid border lines. The borders are actually open borders. And therefore, you can see in the recent chest thumping about this operation at the Myanmar, what has happened is that whatever has happened has happened. But what is most significant is that the terrain cannot be mapped. No one can exactly locate where things are, where these so-called camps are. Are they before you reach Irrawaddy or thereafter Irrawaddy? And even if you're reached after Irrawaddy, are they inside the Shan state or they are part of the Sagaing division? And where is the boundary between Sagaing division and the San state and the Chin state and the other states, Rakhine and all those provinces of Myanmar? And beyond that, how do you go up to Taga region of China? So this entire region is absolutely unmappable and the terrains are entirely open. And the situation is similar. If you take the Borneo region, for example, one can move into Borneo jungles from a number of directions. And these directions are the directions which are over the stateless territories. Although formally you have the structure of a state, but the social formation doesn't really allow a rigid state formation. So that is the situation of the Southeast Asia, of which Northeast India is a part. So what is the implication of this situation, of this geopolitical or geocultural situation in understanding values? One of the major implications is in terms of constituting a self, in terms of establishing the relationship between the self and the other. So all the time, the self is constituted by positing another, and the other must be immediately posited. That remains a kind of a cultural compulsion. So any community which calls itself by a name calls itself in contrast or in supplementation to an immediate other. So the self becomes a self which is a supplemental self. The self is not a self which is an essential intrinsic self, but a supplemental self. Such a supplemental self has its notion of self also borrowed from elsewhere. Now this borrowing of the notion of the self, is that something like dispossessing oneself? Is that something like emptying oneself out in a world which is totally stateless? Well, the answer is this sense of emptying oneself out by enriching oneself, by bringing a concept of self from elsewhere, itself is a great cultural, it's a great cultural journey. And this cultural journey cannot be undermined by writing an official history of how Nagas have captured a certain land which has become Naga Hills, or how Kuki-Chin community has lived in a certain area and that has become the area or territory of the Kuki-Chins. So the idea of territorialization comes in direct conflict with the way the communities try to articulate their own existence in terms of positing another. And that is a peculiar sociological, philosophical condition, existential condition, which exists in the context of India's Northeast. Now, my thesis is that given this kind of fuzziness of articulating a sense of the self, of normatively defining a certain map and a territory for oneself, what happens to these communities? A large number of these communities are simultaneously rooted and also they are rootless. They are rooted as well as rootless. Now, being rooted and rootless simultaneously produces an ontological insecurity in themselves. They cannot own and appropriate a certain share of resources and make a claim or stake a claim over a certain territory as my land in which I am the sovereign. Because that kind of a claim, again, is contested from a larger constitutional framework. The framework of the nation state or logic of the nation state really does not allow a proclaimed ontological insecurity, an inability to capture a certain piece of land, and an incapacity to claim a certain political system as one's own. So there is this kind of a duality or this kind of an ontological insecurity stemming out of the perplexity of an internecine conflict between the political system and the cultural and social formation in which Northeastern communities are caught. And this, of course, is not disabling entirely because they can extend themselves to their diaspora. They can even fight against the state by locating themselves elsewhere, which is beyond the territory of the state. And they can get their essential sustaining substances, items, rices, resources, all those forests, etc., even by going beyond the territory that is defined for them. Now, of course, this form of life can be sustained because of a huge forest cover that still remains in India's Northeast, and especially in the border regions, which cannot be taken away so easily because communities are sustaining this forest in a variety of ways. And within the forest, they have a distinct mode of rice cultivation. So it is this rice culture and capacity to sustain a tract of forest for themselves. that allows them a certain kind of sustainability despite having this sense of ontological insecurity. And this ontological insecurity is manifest in the whole of Southeast Asia. You can see a large number of stateless communities. Go to northern Thailand, you can see some listed 64 stateless communities. Go to Chittagong Hills, you can find at least 17 to 18 stateless communities. Go to Rakhine province, an entire community is declared as stateless. So there is this haunting picture of statelessness that emerges from the rigid boundaries created by the state for these communities who depend on a kind of a direct dynamics of cultural transaction with other communities who are little beyond, or who are little away from them. So therefore, this sense of ontological insecurity at this moment, resulting into a picture of statelessness for the large number of ethnic and indigenous communities of northeastern region, as well as entire Southeast Asia, going up to Southwest China, needs to be conceptualized. And how does one conceptualize this? Our current state of social science does not conceptualize it at all. Therefore, one has to have new ways of looking at it and probably search out new forms of values. How you evaluate this state of existence? What is the criterion for talking about the values that keep these communities moving and alive in such a state of ontological insecurity? Needs to be worked out. And probably some future scholarship can really look into this, and this can really give us a new insight into the actual ground reality of the cultural insecurity in terms of which ethnic and indigenous communities are living across this entire terrain. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Well, we have come to the last presentation of the second academic session. And we had three very interesting, exciting, and wonderful presentations from three different scholars, one from the historian side, the other one from sociology, and the other one from the philosophical side. But all has brought out some values for us to think about it, to discuss about it. And we heard from Professor Surya Narayan how he talked about Lee Kuan, how he was imposing on discipline for development and sidelining, marginalizing democracy. And Professor Sinha was speaking about Lamaism. And also he mentioned about community, civilization, and other related issues. And President has thrown up many, many important issues and dimensions which we have to think about it. He said about cultural journey, and he was talking about ideas crisscrossing like river, migration of concept, and statelessness, and many other interesting dimensions. Now, I will not stand between you and the paper presenters. We had 20 more minutes. We'll have at least 15 minutes for discussion, and we'll give 10 minutes for the paper presenters to give the response, and later on I'll summarize with few remarks. Now the floor is open for discussion. You can raise up any of your questions, comments. Please briefly and point it to the presenter whom you would like to ask. Identify your name, please.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Corazon Turalba from the Philippines. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I found it very informative. My commentary question is directed to Professor Surya Narayan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it is paradoxical that we have connected or related economic development with the promotion of human dignity. But it seems that the Singaporean way is that in the promotion of economic development, it seems that human dignity has been sacrificed in the name of the state. I would like to comment on that. And I just would like to mention something, because you mentioned our former president Marcos. No? Right now, there are some students who, of course, did not live during that time. They are in their early 20s who have taken interest in the regime of Ferdinand Marcos, and they were piqued by the fact that how come um, he was able to introduce those institutional changes that he was that during his term, and yet was able to do away with it. Now, one of the enlightening conclusions that these young researchers have um, found is that on the economic side, okay, everything went well as far as the mind of Marcos is concerned. And in fact, many of his successors continued along the same line that he opened. Unfortunately, it's the political side that demonized the whole administration of Marcos. I mean, that's my commentary and also my question. My question is precisely on the Singaporean.
Please. Yes, sir, yes, sir. We'll take all the questions that because of paucity of time, we'll take all the questions at one go. Then we'll ask the paper presenters to respond.
I'd like to congratulate all the three presenters for wonderful presentation. I have two questions, one to Professor Prasenji. You said, I didn't know all that you said, it was very enlightening. But in that, if that is so, then I was wondering, see, I'm from a part of India where we don't know much about the Northeast, so which is why we have very simple explanations for how does one analyze the continuous conflicts between the different tribes in the Northeast. So now your presentation kind of contrasts with, if there is such a continuity, then how do you explain the continuous conflicts that we keep hearing about? And Professor Sinha, I didn't know much about Lamaism, so I would like to ask you, how democratic has been Lamaism, especially during the Dalai Lama period and earlier than that? I don't know much about it, so it would be very enlightening to know about that.
Yes, Professor Ardhikari.
Thank you, three of you. Beginning with Professor Suryanarayan. Now, I am with you, all of us are with you in critique of West and that kind of life-destroying authoritarianism. But at the same time, to look at contemporary Singapore, now how is that the post-Lee Kuan Yew Singapore is not just the North Korea? So what are therefore, is there some genealogical roots in Lee Kuan Yew regime which is responsible for Singapore being different from the North Korea? That brings me to another question. You subtitle your presentation as a liberal democratic perspective. Now, what is the challenge for critique of the liberal democratic perspective in the spirit of deepening of democracy? Because unless there is certain foundational critique of liberalism, for example, so therefore the project of the deepening democracy remains incomplete. My quick question to Professor Sinha is, very deep presentation indeed, and that ties to Prasenjit and the engagement with community. But state and the state idea. Now, is it that the community also works as a state? Because in Lamaism, and I think the profound challenge is not to be eluded by the notion of state as confined to nation state only, and explore the challenge of liberation of the self from community when community works as a state. And that brings me to the admirable journey of Prasenjit. I am with you on this, but my query is, in this space of sharing, what these communities do present us is a journey of sharing of sovereignty. Therefore, that sharing of sovereignty is also a critique of insecurity in this sense. So my query is to look at these communities as written by ontological insecurity. Now, is this reading an analytical reading or it is an experiential description of their condition? And otherwise, because this history of sharing, as you have mentioned, has not died with the even contemporary rigidification of state law.
Yes, sir. Please. Prasenjit.
Is how do you negotiate those liminal boundaries? Because Victor Turner has been facing this, and I think there is a very great enrichment that will come because I think all over the world we are facing this liminal boundary in various levels of society, not just tribal areas. When we are in conflict with two different worldviews, how do we negotiate friendship in the modernity?
Modernity and post-modernity.
And the question of deconstruction and all these things, how do we cross the boundary of liminality, sanity and insanity? These are very burning questions.
Yes.
These ethnic communities, you see, what is the role of education? Because in over the history, if you see, education has played a major role in all civilizations for the values and development and all that. What is the role? Because what is the conflict? Because of the conflicts, because of this education or something else? Enlightenment.
Is there any other questions? Yes, Father Joseph.
My question is directed to Prasenjit. My question is very simple. You said the trajectory of core thought traveling is very difficult to demarcate or find out. Could you comment the same idea vis-a-vis the idea of corruption and the idea of violence spreading in the Northeast?
I think it's time for us to give time for a paper presenters. Let's start with Professor Suryanarayan. Okay. Prasenjit, you got many questions here to ask.
Thanks for all these questions because this is a work in progress. And indeed, I'm writing a book which is going to come out sometime next year on this idea of liminal subjectivity. And this is the idea that I'm seriously towing at this point of time. I have written one piece in Don Bosco Journal of Social Sciences, 1 or 2 issues back on this. It was a lead there. That explains the position a little more clearly. But nevertheless, the question that comes here, first question is about whether community can act as a state. Because a state means a certain kind of a structure of power, but a certain structure of power which has a coercive dimension. And the dimension of coercion is very, very important for the presence of the state. As far as communities are concerned, they don't have a formal structure of coercion. There can be whipping, there can be punishing, but this act of punishing and whipping someone is confined to an individual. It does not have a legitimation in terms of set codes because such codes don't exist. And whenever there is a need for penalizing somebody, the entire thing is done through deliberation, discussion, and by participation. So therefore, community cannot really act as a state in a stateless space. That is how is my primary reading of it. But then the journey that I have talked about, that journey is sharing sovereignty, but sovereignty of what? Sovereignty of the self, or sovereignty of belonging to a certain kind of resources, sovereignty of access to resources. But this does not lead to a kind of ownership or authority. But at the same time, the moment a certain community lives in a certain habitat, that habitat does not become their permanent home. they remain in transition. There's a constant transition that is happening in almost an invisible way. And this transition affects the community in terms of settling some of them for some time with a certain kind of belief, certain kind of ideas, or even at a certain land. But maybe after 20 years, you see them, all of them have moved out. Now, this is a feature which is available in Mizo Hills. It is available in Manipur Hills. It's available in Khasi Hills as well. You can see that the entire village is migrating. And this migration does not result into a kind of a settlement somewhere. Even now it is happening in this era of urbanization. In an urban locality, it doesn't happen that way. But of course, outside the urban locality, there is a continuous migration, not in search of work or livelihood, but also in search of satisfying some of the spiritual need that the community moves out. And I have observed it for last 20 years is happening among many segments of community. So therefore, there is a sense of insecurity. Otherwise, they would not have moved out. But this sense of insecurity does not really lead to a kind of a inner fragmentation. It rather leads to a new journey, a new conceptualization, finding out a new home for themselves. And this can happen only in the forested region, in the riverine routes. And one has to understand the routes through which it happens, starting from northeast to northern Myanmar and upward. The route itself down to Borneo, you can see a continuum. Even beyond Mediterranean, if you go up to Papua New Guinea, you can see a continuum. And we are trying to establish a certain kind of continuum. Of course, this will require a more meticulous research, which is a kind of a project, maybe a lifelong project. Now, coming to the other question, which is about negotiating this boundaries and the distinction between the self and the other. There is a self and the other distinction that finally emerges. But before it emerges, there is this interaction, there is this sharing. And in the process of sharing, one is giving up a few things. And this giving up a few things in a conscious way in order to appropriate a few things from the other community. And then connecting this to a distant place. And then building up a new genealogy, a new memory. That's something is very interesting in the case of Northeast. Now, whether this happens in the same way among the more established, more settled communities with histories which are more defined, they are categorically different that way. Histories where histories are more defined, you have to go through your history. You have to go through the existing political patterns. But here you see something unpatterned, something incalculable, something like an unreserved hospitality to the other, a kind of an ethics of response that works in this kind of a situation. And this situation is neither can be explained in terms of territorialization nor in terms of deterritorialization, because it's still very fuzzy. And you can only see a sense of insecurity in this whole fuzziness. And that sense of insecurity is very, very, very germane. It's very productive, you can say. Yeah.
Sounds like it's a very high advanced form of consciousness.
Yes.
Apparent chaos is probably birthing a new order in itself. Inner ordering is taking place. And a new order is emerging from the chaos. It looks apparently chaotic, but there's an inner ordering taking place.
There are these,
I think
yes.
we need to see it.
Let me say in 2 words what you were trying to say. At the political level, there is a continuous search for an identity, leading to a discourse about even an exclusion or even self-determination, something that is a taboo in constitutional terms. Think of any major Northeastern community. But why it is happening in this way? Because there is this continuous cultural negotiation in the porous boundaries. If we can address that negotiation process, then probably these communities can be understood and known. Rather, things can be learned from them in a much better way, in a more democratic, more aesthetic, more sensible way, which is not happening. You have this interlocutor, negotiators in peace process. They come out with some institutional proposal, and such institutions which have no kind of takers. Institutions which will come like red herring and would ask you to do certain things. How would communities, fall into that line of command? Remains an important question. Think about the Nagas. There's so many distinct shades of Nagas. How do you propose one solution for everyone? Or how do you propose many solutions so that the entire thing remains, your house remains in good order? So there is a chaos, I agree. But that chaos should not be understood as something that is a chaos which is not chaotic. But at the same time, it's a chaos. Yeah.
Yes.
Creative chaos, you can say.
Thank you,
Yeah.
President.
Sure.
Now, let's...
One little word I have to say about education. Actually, education remained a very formal institutional process. And if you look at the syllabi, even of Northeastern Hill University, with all respect to my, gurus, that we didn't do much ethnography, hardly any ethnography. When I completed my philosophy PhD on Derrida, I realized that I have no connection with the ground reality because there's no ethnography. So what you do? So that is the role that education has remained very liminal in this liminal space. And people have been planted. And they couldn't do any purpose. They couldn't serve any purpose. That's how our institutions are running. But fortunately, we have many institutions now in quantifiable terms, but may not be in qualitative terms. Yeah.
I think we have to give to other scholars also
Yeah,
to respond.
we'll
We are
continue the
running short
dialogue
of
later.
time. Now,
Yeah, Father Joseph, very important question on violence. How is violence?
and
How is
corrupt-
violence spreading?
Violence and corruption.
Sure.
Common.
Corruption part is that because the access to resources through the state is always in a very manner. Where whenever state is intervening, you can see they are spending money. They are creating a nexus for themselves. It's like Gulliver. Indian state is like Gulliver. Jonathan Swift's Gulliver Travels. Indian state is like the Gulliver. And you have these Lilliputs all around. As Professor Sanjeev Barua beautifully explained, why corruption is increasing. This is the metaphor. And as far as violence is concerned, violence is not massive in the Northeast, I would say. Inter-community relation is not so broken, although occasionally there's a violence in Bodoland. There's violence in Karbi Anglong, for example. But they do not assume a kind of a metaphysics of violence. There is sporadic violence. But they don't take the shape of a distinct, groups in war for histories to come. That kind of grouping hasn't happened in Northeast. So therefore, violence is happening, but violence is not assuming the form of a metaphysics of violence. That is the saving grace about it. Nothing more to say, but it's very dismal. But at the same time, there's a hope that still it has not constituted itself as a kind of a warring formation. Thank you.
President.
I asked you about the violence between, what we hear about the violence in the Northeast between different tribes.
Right. So I can say very little. I mean, interethnic violence is not larger than the state violence. You can see Armed Forces Special Power Act.
Yeah.
You can see hundreds of people detention without trial, as Professor Suryanarayan says. Even now, lots of prisons are filled up. And violence of the state is very brutal, and there's experience. In contrast, interethnic violence is also manipulated. Kukis and Meiteis on one side, even Mars also join them, and Nagas are on the other side in Manipur. It's very engineered. There is a suspension of operation agreement between Kukis and Indian Army. Indian Army cannot strike a suspension of agreement deal, but they have struck one. And then suddenly the fellow who was all the time armed by the Indian state goes against the Indian state and fires at the army, kills 21 people, that Kaplang, which I don't want to discuss because it's prohibited. Therefore, I don't want to discuss. But at the same time, I can simply say that interethnic violence is of a much lesser degree than the state violence.
What we get to hear is
not a correct picture.
Excuse me, sir, I think it's time for us to give to others.
Sure.
Professor Sinha.
I think I have very simple issues. The interface between a state, the interface between the state and the community. You see, one of the problem is with the ideas we have, the concepts we have, which have been borrowed from English. And we follow, when we say a state, it means the sovereign state is everywhere. What type of a state Dalai Lama was, having? Has anybody done any work on it? It was not a sovereign state as you think, or we think, the British monarchy was there. So to presume that this was another state and what type of community system was there, I gave the illustration that in their tradition, it was the community which was beyond the territory. Right from Mongolia, Buryats, across Mongolia, even in eastern Siberia, the Dalai Lama has followers. And they used to come with the presents. Now, what will you say? They were not giving tribute in political terms. Was it a state or was it a community? You come to North India, there are householding persons, and the priests who are not established priests, they come from Mathura annually, and they collect. So there is a community of the followers. They belong to a sect, and contribution is made in kind. Invariably, it is kind. It is a type of teeth. Every morning, every evening, you take a portion of rice. So, I'll give you an illustration. A student of ours was working on Naga traditional religion, our traditional religion. Now, he talked about the Supreme Being. Now, among the two our scholars, there was confusion. The senior one took the stand that we didn't have the traditional, our Naga didn't have concept of Supreme Being. We had good spirit, bad spirit. Good spirit was simply ignored and bad spirit were propitiated. Now, when the Baptist American missionary went 1872, started translating the Bible, one of the spirits he elevated as a supreme being. Now they are using that term as a supreme being. So this is the way the language is created. This is not their word, but they are saying we have. The new generation is such. Similarly, Professor Suryanarayan's student, Milton Sangma, a Garo, my colleague from Nehu, we asked him, do we have indigenous Garo tradition? Have you written something? And he was very angry with himself. He said, 100% they have become Christian and they do not know what was the Garo traditional society was like. All they read the ethnography written by the British, which are all written for the officials. So my answer to you, sir, is that community and state interface, the way we understand, it may not be. It is more community and less of politics, but there was a state structure, but not the way we understand so far. Why do we have to look for democracy everywhere? There was a question, was the Lamaism democratic? Why you have to look for everything everywhere? This question itself should have been thought about. In my view, what type of democracy you expect in papacy? The structure is given, it has certain way out, decisions are taken, but to call it democratic or non-democratic, it will be unfair to the system. So I will not. Unfair to the system, that system, not our dialogue, because this question doesn't arise. I mean, you ask them, they will be puzzled. Why you are asking this question? The community take the decision, this will be the answer. So this will be my reaction to this. Thank you.
Now, Professor Suryanarayan.
Hello. There were two comments on my
paper, I was very happy with it because people were listening to what I said. The first about the Filipino, I forget your name, forgive me, the comment by the Filipino scholar. Singapore material progress, I do not dispute. On the third world, as Lee himself says, it has become the first world. But my point of view is that man does not live by bread alone. In fact, few years ago, Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong mentioned in the National Day speech that every year, 27,500 Singapore citizens are migrating to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United States. Of course, Lee Kuan Yew can get 30,000 equally qualified people to Singapore, and people from India will be willing to go, our political number. But that's an illustration that what is wrong with that system. There's an interesting story which will convey what I have in mind. When Lee Kuan Yew heard that 27,500 people are migrating, he wanted to find out why they are migrating. I made Singapore heaven on earth, and still people are. So next morning, he asked his chauffeur to go before the US Embassy, and there was a long queue of people to get the visa. Lee also joined the queue. When Lee Kuan Yew joined the queue, one by one, they left. And he called the chauffeur and go and find out. When they saw me, they're all leaving. What happened to them? So the chauffeur went and asked them. One fellow said, I forgot I had to take my wife to the hospital. I'm having a splitting headache, all sorts of. There was only one person who said, Lee Kuan Yew himself is migrating to the United States. Why should we migrate?
Why should we go?
In fact, I'm losing my chain of thought. You must read about how the Filipino maids are treated in Singapore. You know, every maid who goes, whether from India or from, is submitted to a virginity test. Because if a child is born in Singapore, the child becomes Singapore citizen. And they have to work for 18 hours, only one day holiday. And then on that holiday, the Filipino maids congregate and exchange views. There have been a lot of reports which have come on the Filipino. And coming to the Filipino system, I'm one of the critics of the Marcos regime. We should hold another seminar for me to speak. But Aquino, who left Philippines to the United States, one reason being persecution, the other being medical reason, he saw the film Gandhi while he was in New York, Attenborough's Gandhi. The film is good in parts, according to me, very bad in others, but that film inspired Aquino, because Gandhiji's main message was that you must resist evil, you must not run away. And next day he decides to go back from New York to Manila, and you know what happened in the Manila airport. How ideas can mold, how ideas can inspire, and all those things. Now, Lee Kuan Yew's ideas on superiority as a Confucian ethic started around 1980s, when China, under Deng Xiaoping, was practicing the free market economy. Lee Kuan Yew was the first to realize that China will emerge as an important player, and Singapore can gain from that. In fact, we all know among the foreign direct investment in China, the overseas Chinese have contributed about 80% of it. And Lee and Deng Xiaoping were Hakkas. Lee visits China for the first time in 1976, then he regularly goes on. The export promotion zone was his side. In fact, it was Dr. Goh Keng Swee who is the generator of this idea and helped China in a big way. But Lee Kuan Yew takes all the credit. That's a different. And then from that time onwards, he compares China with India and puts India in a not a good light. I'll read one of his statements which has appeared in his book. In China, 90% are Han Chinese and speak Mandarin. And they have simplified Chinese characters and educated almost everyone to master Chinese. So CCTV is understood throughout the country. Compare the culture. The Chinese are doers, The Indians are contemplative and argumentative. This seminar would have convinced you. Nobel Prize winning economist Amartya Sen entitled one of his books, The Argumentative Indian. When the Chinese decided to make Chongqing a prosperous center in the western region, they gave the necessary resources. Then you can find Chongqing really blossoms. And then he says how India is corrupt, how Bombay cannot be made into Shanghai because of the Indian political system and all those. But coming to Anandagiri, I am a liberal democrat. What do I mean by liberal democrat? Remember, liberal, all the essentials of a vibrant parliamentary democracy, a free independent election commission, multiplicity of political parties, free press, independence of judiciary, intra-party democracy, democracy to the grassroots. Amartya Sen in his famous article in the New Republic said, democracy itself is development. You reserve seats for women, 30% of the seats in the Panchayat. That is again is a democratic democracy. That is what I mean by liberal democracy. And Singapore is sadly missing from that. And if we survive as a nation despite all the friction that we have, it is because through ballot box, governments change. In none of the Southeast Asian countries, governments can change through the ballot box. You know the experience of Suharto, you have the experience of other countries and all. If dictatorial methods can really lead to prosperity, Burma under the military general should have been the most prosperous state. I don't want to harp on this point. I must keep something for the next seminar also.
Thank you very much, sir. We have come to the last part of this academic session. It's really an exciting session which we had. I, as a student of political science who has focused on international politics, having the pleasure of chairing the session, hearing three different dimensions on the values. And Professor Suryanarayan has extensively spoke on Lee's life. And I was in Singapore. I was really admiring the life, the contribution of Lee. And a country which has 624 square miles could have so many multi-story buildings, so many best institutes in the world, and all the things. In fact, Sunanda Datta's book, I read it on Lee's life. I was so much fascinated. But Professor Suryanarayan's liberal democratic view has given me a different dimension of the life of Lee. There is only one thought which I want to put before you, Professor Suryanarayan. In fact, I was reading a comment on the life of Lee recently in a journal. There, the commentator was saying like this: when Harold Wilson announced Britain's withdrawal from Asia, Lee took the first plane to New Delhi to plead with Mrs. Gandhi to impose an Indian Monroe Doctrine on the region. He never ceased to reiterate over the years that if India didn't emerge, Asia would be submerged. I don't know in what context to look from two different directions. My professor has said many things from the liberal democratic point of view, how he had a negative view about India, about Indian leadership, about Indian democracy, which we value so highly. But on the other side, how Lee had a different sort of view for a different group of Western journalists to whom he said that if India did not emerge, Asia would be submerged. Well, I'll close the session with the thought. Maybe from the ICS side, it's always a great pleasure for me to attend some of the conferences and seminars because we get new ideas, new thoughts, which we put across for the people, for the scholars to take up further research in the Northeastern region. Let me express my sincere thanks to Professor Father Stephen Maveli and also the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful privilege to chair this session. I learned immensely from these three great speakers, along with the questions which were raised from the audience. Thank you so much.
Traditions are invaluable. Change is inevitable. And change constructs chaos. And chaos might allow crystallization and free thinking. I think that's what we have been doing for last 1.5 hours in the great leadership of Dr. Joshua Thomas and our great professors. Thank you to one and all. Thank you for everything. Thank you. Sure. We have the next session starting half an hour from now. That would be about 4:45 right here. And the speakers for the next session are Neeraj Jain, Srivarkal, and Rudolph Heradia. So they are the three speakers for the next session. We have a half an hour tea break, and we have the 3 issues of our journal, as St. Don Bosco University's journal on Northeast Indian cultures. You are free to pick up a copy, free on the back of the conference room. So see you in half an hour. And those of you who have not submitted your TA bills, please do so soon after the tea. Thank you. God bless.
You have to be here and he's giving the talk. You have to keep. 7, 8, 9. Rudy. Seminar.
This one.
Yeah. Ready. Just copy that.
This is what file number?
This is Word file. He wants that on the screen, that text while he's speaking. That is something.
Yeah. This is Word file number.
You be here while he's talking, or we'll ask him. No?
No, you can take it. Yeah, it's copied. But it is a Word file of text.
Put the chair Put the chair this side. No, Father, we'll pull this back. We'll pull this back. No, you block the screen. We'll pull the chair. It is blocking the. It is already blocking the. Yeah, that's why. But don't block more. We push this or more. Yeah, little bit will push back. Little bit. Main thing is put it straight. Then this is blocking. This put it straight. This angle is the thing that's cutting. No, angle is good now. If we put it straight, then it will block more. What will back? Yeah, that's it. If we put back, it will be better. More than this, it will be bad. It's okay. What is wrong with this one? Why not light?
हेलो चेक
कम करना पड़ेगा क्या? ये क्यों हिल रहा है इतना? क्यों? ये जो हाँ ये
But energy is always down means always catch. If it is like this, then we take it down. So that's why it is down. So we should it
हाँ हाँ क्या
कोड फाइल में लेके आए हैं
हाँ
ये जो ड्रॉप देता रहेगा ना
हाँ
ये डिस्प्ले होना चाहिए
जो नीचे ले ले
यहाँ से तो ऑपरेट नहीं कर सकते लेकिन इसको ठीक कर दीजिए नहीं है सर ये हो जाएगा ये तो नॉर्मली रहता है टेबल फोन दी दिया सुन नॉर्मल टेबल फोन दी दिया सुन
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We are sorry for the delay. We are going to begin this session. I now welcome Trophy D'Souza to the dais to chair this session. Before I invite him, I'd like to say a few words about Trophy D'Souza. Trophy D'Souza is an educationalist, writer, musician who has spent most of his life in the field of education. He has been fortunate enough to have worked in different countries. He lives in London. In London, he has taught at all levels from primary to higher education. He has a passion for writing and authored many books. A Bumpy Ride, The Singh Saga, The Silent Beyond the Pain, and The Petals and Pebbles are some of his famous books. I now request Trophy D'Souza to invite the speakers for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least that was the first time I've not been embarrassed, so that's good. I usually come up here blushing because people say all kinds of things that you never know if it's true or not. So believe whatever you want. I'll get on with it. Maybe at the end of this time, I'll crack some jokes at the end. But I want it to be a good session for you. Hope you enjoy it. And we'll try and make it as brief as possible. But there's some good news because they're giving us a bit more time than the other sessions. So you have some stray questions you want to ask, you can ask. I'll try not to answer them because I don't have any expertise in all these subjects. But I'll ask the speakers who very kindly agreed to answer their own questions. We should be able to give them about 20 minutes each. And they were suggesting, I've spoken to the speakers, they prefer a plenary set of questions. So store your questions and we'll then run a question session. Are you happy with that? Or you want questions after each speaker? I'm happy to go either way. Yes, my background is education, so probably more comfortable with that, and also all aspects of English you have taught at all levels. So I've not really been very much on the values, though my books are about values, yes. So maybe I get tracked. I've got a blog as well that has a lot to do with values. Maybe I'll talk at the end. Can we get on with it first? Yes. Our first speaker for today is Neeraj Jain, who is from Pune, and he's going to enlighten us on Swami Vivekananda on making the world a better place to live in for all. I'm going to ask him to talk about himself because that's probably more accurate than if I try to speak about him. But apparently it's something nice. We're going to get a new view, a new vision on Swami Vivekananda. Neeraj Jain from Pune. All right. I always listen to my audience, and I get advice all the time, and I'm pleased to get the advice. Our second speaker is from Assumption University, Thailand, which I also visited incidentally. He's Varayut Srivarakul, but he wants to be called, am I right? What or something? What? Anyway, he'll tell you when he comes. By the way, the advice I got was that they're all going to speak in series once they all come up together. So that was the arrangement. The third speaker is Rudolf Heredia. I think I know some of his secrets, but I'm not going to let them out. He's going to talk about celebrating Gandhi's praxis, the synthesis of his life and message. Rudolf Heredia. Thank you. I did forget something though, that I didn't tell you what Varayut from Thailand is. He's going to talk about religious pluralism as a proper ideology for harmony and peace. Thank you. Thank you. Just shake hands with you. I'm going to ask them to talk about themselves first before they give their talks. Is that all right? So you feel comfortable with your speakers. First, yeah, go on. He will introduce himself as well before he gives this talk.
Click the down button. Whatever. This one. What is this? Yeah, we just have to go up and down. Good evening to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor and Professor Joy and the rest of the organizing team for inviting me here to give this talk. My name is Neeraj Jain, and I'm basically a social activist from Pune. We have an activist group in Pune called Lokayat that we started around 11 years ago now. Is it okay? Okay. So we work on a wide range of issues. We're basically an activist group. We're not a NGO in that sense. And we work on a wide range of issues from issues related to communalism, to gender equality, to the caste divide, to economic issues, the impact of globalization on people, and so on. And the basic purpose of the group is to reach out to young people, make them aware of what's happening around society, and motivate them to work for the betterment of society, apart from pursuing their careers. That is, we ask them, we promote young people not to simply indulge in careerism, but while pursuing their careers, also give some time to society. And some of our literature is available on the backside. I think most of you have already seen it. The reason for there being a cost is we are not a funded group. We recycle the money. We don't take any payment for the books, but it goes into the group fund and gets recycled. So coming to the topic, this is an issue on which we've actually been campaigning for the last 1 year. And the purpose of taking up this issue was because Swami Vivekananda has been portrayed as a Hindutva icon by the fundamentalists. And the reality is that he was far, far from that. The fundamentalists have been able to project him in that way because very few people have really read Vivekananda. And whatever little of his writings are being publicized by them are pieces that have been cut off from all that he has said. Vivekananda, well, one wishes he had lived longer. He had a very short life, 39 years. And in that short life itself, he became a legend in his lifetime. He was actually a saint in the tradition of Buddha and Kabir. A saint who was deeply concerned with the plight of the common people and who spent all his short life finding ways to uplift them from their deep and grinding poverty. So I'm going to present in this short presentation, I'm going to present before you some facets of his writings and speeches to give you an idea of the kind of views he had, which, even though it's 100 years later, still are as relevant today as they were then, which speaks for volumes for our society too. Vivekananda was not a traditional saint, but he was a saint with a scientific and materialistic outlook. He was firmly against miracles and superstitions. He stated that no religion asks us to believe in superstitions, and he stated that, like science, religion too believes in cause and effect. He was critical of superstitions such as the belief that the motion of stars affects human actions, and called it a disease of the human mind. Harshly criticizing the Brahmins for keeping the masses backward and entrapped in superstitions, Vivekananda exhorted people not to have blind faith in religious texts and called upon them to believe in only that about which they are logically convinced. In a talk given on 23rd March 1900, he stated, that's the quote, "What the religious texts state, that I do not believe or disbelieve. I only accept that which is logical, that I have either experienced or seen." In several of his writings, Vivekananda has criticized religious texts for promoting backward practices. Thus, for instance, he criticizes religious texts like the Griha Sutras for permitting marriage of girls at a very young age. And he comes down even more harshly on the Ashwamedh Yagya, which he says that there you have even more horrifying practices, and the Ashwamedh Yagya is promoted by the Vedas. He says that. Vivekananda, in fact, argued that if one has to blindly believe in religious texts, then why has God given us the power to indulge in rational thinking? Having belief in anything that is not rational is actually an insult to God. This is what he argued. This is such a far cry from the situation prevalent today, when beliefs in mythologies, in stories about the Ganesha's head, plastic surgery, aircraft in 5,000 years earlier, all these things are being promoted from the very top. You have historians indulging in all kinds of justification of what happened in the past. You have textbooks being modified. Vivekananda was so different. You have religious texts being promoted as national books. Vivekananda would wonder where we landed up. That's his quote on religious texts. Speaking in exactly the opposite spirit to the values being promoted by today's Hindutva ideologues who are trying to push the country back into medieval backwardness, Vivekananda was of the firm belief that an essential condition for human progress and development was freeing the country from superstitions and backward traditions. In a letter to his friend Shashi, also known as Ramakrishnanand, he wrote for this. Now that's a fantastic quote. He wrote that for this, we will have to send a sannyasi, that is an activist. These are his words. A sannyasi who's an activist to every village. Along with him, we will have to send the Vedas, the Quran, and the Bible, and he will teach people to respect all religions. Note that. Not only that, the sannyasi will also carry a globe with him to teach the people history and geography. He will also carry with him magnets and chemicals and teach the people principles of modern science so that they can be brought out of backwardness and freed from the inhuman oppression they are subjected to. These are amazing views. He was clearly far ahead of his time. This is the time when the foundations of India's struggle for freedom was being laid. And Vivekananda's views on religion are actually more advanced than several leaders of that period. We have actually a great article comparing Vivekananda and Gandhi and Tilak. You can read that sometime. It's by a well-known scholar from Maharashtra, Dr. Dattaprasad Dabolkar. Even more remarkably, Vivekananda, in a letter to his disciples written on 19th November 1893, he writes, that's his quote, "An essential condition for all human progress is freedom." Sorry, there's the spelling mistake. There is freedom, freedom of thought and freedom to express one's views. To the extent that it does not cause harm to others, people must have the freedom to eat, dress, marry, and other such freedoms. Again, so much in opposition to today's fundamentalists who want to oppose precisely these very same restrictions on us: whom to marry, what to dress, whether girls should wear jeans or not, whether should you marry across castes, whether should you marry across religions. You have all these campaigns going on. Vivekananda was exactly the opposite. The very same fundamentalists who preach these, they and indulge in mindless violence to force their views on the same people, and they do it in the name of Vivekananda. Now, I go ahead to the next aspect of Vivekananda, his views on caste. Vivekananda took a very strong stand against caste. He stated that there is no doubt that the atrocities suffered by the Shudras in our country are much more than the atrocities committed on the slaves by the Spartans and on the Negroes by the Americans. Castigating the Brahmins for promoting caste divisions in Indian society, in a letter written on August 20th, 1982, he in fact called upon the gods to save the country from the Brahmins, whom he described as devils. Vivekananda was an uncompromising believer in a casteless society. In a speech before a gathering of Sanatan Brahmins at Kumbakonam in February 1879, he declared, sorry, that's February 1889, he declared that he was standing there to ring the death bell of their and his own caste. Elsewhere in an article, he writes that his aim was not to convert Brahmins into Dalits and Dalits into Brahmins, but that he was fighting to build a casteless society. One of the most outstanding reformers of the early 19th century who fought against the caste system was Chhatrapati Shahu. You might have heard of him. His centenary was celebrated only recently. Now, even this great king of Kolhapur was forced to build separate hostels for students. He wanted to promote education for all castes, but even he was forced to build separate hostels for students from different castes because they were not willing to stay together. Now, Vivekananda, a decade before Shahu Maharaj, he writes, that's his quote, he writes, he declares that in his ashram, all children, whether they be from Brahmin families or the untouchables, whether they be Muslims or Christians, they will all have to stay together. No compromise in that. All that he said was, the only difference that we'll make between them was, depending on the eating habits, he said, depending upon the eating habits, they'll be given sweet or spicy or vegetarian or non-vegetarian food, but they'll all have to stay together. That was Vivekananda. Now, Vivekananda on religion. Vivekananda's views on religion, again, are simply remarkable. He stated, that's his quote, "True religion is that which makes people human beings." Quite contrary to the projection of Vivekananda as a Hindu saint by fundamentalists, in reality, Vivekananda was firmly against any kind of religious fundamentalism. He had equal respect for all religions. He stated that the fundamentals of all religions are the same, and if we accept one religion, then we'll have to accept all religions. That's his quote. He praised Islam and stated that it was the first religion to preach the message of equality. In a very significant statement, that's a very important quote, Ram often quotes that, Ram Punyani, Vivekananda stated that conversions in our country have not taken place due to the atrocities committed by Christians and Muslims, but due to the atrocities of the upper caste Hindus. In a letter to Pandit Shankarlal Sharma, written on September 20th, 1982, Vivekananda writes that in Travancore province, that's the quote, where the entire land is owned by a handful of Brahmins and where the oppression of Brahmins is more than anywhere else in the country, If in that province nearly 1/4 of the population has converted to Christianity, why should I blame them? Vivekananda was of the opinion that if India is to be revived, then there will have to be not just Hindu-Muslim cooperation, but confluence. Vivekananda, in fact, was a religious saint who stood above individual religions. He believed that it was the task of religion to address social problems. He did not believe in renunciation of the world. He stated that our task is to make the world a better place to live in with dignity for everyone, and he unequivocally stated that religion was meaningless unless it addressed this problem. The whole life of the Swami was a saga of his relentless efforts to find a solution to the country's grinding poverty. He stated, that's his quote, "A country where a few lakh sadhus and crores of Brahmins suck the blood of people, but do not do anything for their upliftment, should we call it a country or hell? Is it religion or the dance of the devil?" In a deeply perceptive letter from Washington to his disciple Alasingha Perumal, written on 27th October 1984, sorry, I've typed it wrong, 1894, Vivekananda wrote, that's 1894, not 1984, sorry. Vivekananda wrote that religion and that God that does not wipe away the tears of widows or does not make available food for orphan children, in that religion and God, I have no faith. Powerful views, much different from the views of several of the world's top religious leaders who live lives of luxury while people of the countries wallow in dismal poverty. Vivekananda writes that while it is true that religion had come into being for the welfare of people, the same religion has also caused religious divisions, leading to terrible bloodshed. Nevertheless, people need religion to provide them stable support in their uncertain and mortal lives. Going beyond the boundaries set by ordinary religious saints, Vivekananda, that's another significant quote, in a letter written to Sarfraz Muhammad on 10th June 1898, he wrote, "We need to take people to such a place where there will be no Veda, no Quran, and no Bible. But we will need to take the support of the Vedas, the Quran, and the Bible for this." He, in fact, goes further. In a powerful letter written on 27th April 1896 to his fellow saints of Alam Bazar Mutt, he writes, "Our gods have become outdated. We now need new gods, new Vedas, and a new religion." Why? Why did he say this? Why do we need a new religion? Vivekananda explains, a continuation of the previous quote, "Because we need to build a new India. Those who cannot quench the hunger of the hungry by giving them bread, who cannot wipe away the tears of orphan children and widows, how can they liberate others? Today's religion is engrossed in meaningless debates like whether to put the religious vermin. You have this debate on whether to put the religious vermin like this or like this." So that's what he says. These are meaningless debates. We need a new religion. Finally, Vivekananda, the saint as a social activist. For 3 years, from 1890 to 1893, Vivekananda traveled across the country to understand the problems of the people, traveling on foot, on horseback, by train. He stayed in the huts of the poorest of the poor. He stayed in the houses of Muslims. He smoked pipes with religious preachers. He stayed with Lokmanya Tilak in Gaikwadwada, and he stayed in the palace of the king of Khatri. He was deeply moved by the terrible conditions of the people, and this is reflected in his innumerable letters to his friends and disciples. In a letter, sorry, what happened? Yeah. In a letter written on 19 November 1893 from New York to his disciples in Madras, he writes that God, which is unable to give me food here, will give me unlimited happiness in heaven. This I do not believe. We need to uplift India. We need to provide the poor with food to satisfy their hunger. We need to spread education and destroy Brahmanism. The atrocities of the Brahmins must end. Social oppression must end. Each one must get enough food to fill his belly and must get the maximum possible opportunities to advance in life. In another letter written in 1894 to his disciple Alasinga Perumal, Vivekananda clearly expressed his anguish about the problems of India and his quest for answers. He writes, I am not a philosopher, nor a theoretician, nor a saint. I am poor and I deeply love the poor. 20 crore men and women in India wallow in poverty, superstitions, illiteracy, and traditions. And he asks, what is the way out of this situation? He was still searching for an answer. So Vivekananda was not concerned about philosophy in the abstract, but in philosophy in the service of humankind, philosophy in the service of the poor. He was keen to find solutions to the problems faced by the poor. Therein lies the greatness of Swami Vivekananda. His greatness lies not only in his compassion for the poor, but in his suggesting the ways and means for the construction of a new India devoid of all kinds of exploitation and racial discrimination. The solution that Vivekananda arrived at. After considerable thought and mental churning, Vivekananda, in a letter written to his disciple Mary Hale on 1st November 1986, declared himself a socialist. That this was not a casual remark is explained from his entire life history. He had thought over these problems in great detail. But in the same letter, he goes on to write, but I do not believe that socialism is a complete system. However, of the various systems that have been discovered by the human race, this is the better system. Vivekananda explains the strengths and weaknesses of socialism in his letter. This socialism will improve the conditions of the Shudras and the workers, will uplift their social status, will lead to the universal spread of education. But at the same time, he expresses some doubts about socialism. In the social system, he says, human freedom will be lost. But nevertheless, he goes on to say that the time has come for this experiment to be carried out, and when that happens, we will understand its limitations and will take steps to overcome them. Elsewhere, he explains that this socialism will have to be combined with religion. Only that this religion of tomorrow will be based on all religions and on science. Therefore, this religion will no longer be stagnant, and being based on science will be having motion and will change with time. One may or may not agree with Vivekananda's solution. But what I wish to emphasize here for the purpose of this conference is that not only was he keen to find solutions to the problems of poverty gripping society, he was also keen that philosophers remain not just philosophers, but actively engage themselves in efforts to change society and make it a better, more humane world. In that sense, he was a predecessor of activist saints like Mahatma Gandhi and similar saints in all religions like Archbishop Romero of Latin America, who stood for the poor and sacrificed his life for it. Vivekananda called upon his disciples, especially the young sannyasis, to reach out to the poor, enlighten, organize, and educate them. This is what he stated. Where should you go to seek your God? Are not all the poor, the miserable, the weak gods? Why not worship them first? Why go to dig a well on the shores of the Ganga? And then he asked the monks, but what have we, several millions of sannyasis, been doing for the masses? Teaching them all metaphysics. This is all madness. He exhorted his followers, that's his quote, I consider that the great national sin is the neglect of masses. And this is one of the causes of our downfall. No amount of politics would be of any avail until the masses in India are once more well educated, well fed, and well cared for. They pay for our education, they build our temples, but in return, they get kicks. They are practically our slaves. If we want to regenerate India, we must work for them. Based on this understanding, he wrote to one of his disciples that he wanted to send hundreds of young men rolling like irresistible waves over India, bringing comfort, morality, religion, and education to the doors of the meanest and the most downtrodden. And this I will do or die. Vivekananda unfortunately died early at a very young age, just when he was preparing to launch his ambitious program for the rejuvenation and true liberation of India. Nearly 100 years after his death, the problems of Indian society that he identified continue to plague the country. The masses remain steeped in poverty, in backwardness, in superstitions. They continue to be divided into castes. They continue to be divided along religious lines and fight each other, leading to much bloodshed. And so his message retains his relevance for the world today, and we need to take ahead his unfinished tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj. We'll comment on it a little later, but very enlightening on Vivekananda. There's quite a lot that I didn't know. So, in spite of reading quite a lot, so we'll expand on that when the questions come up, all right? Can we go on to our next speaker, please? Bharat Kuel, who's going to talk about religious pluralism. When you go up, will you also introduce yourself?
Thank you very much.
You have 20 minutes?
Yes, yes. Archbishop Thomas, Father Joy, Reverend Fathers, professors, scholars, and distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers who invite me to come here and share something with you. And I would like to apologize for our Chinese friends. Maybe they feel uncomfortable with the title of my paper, because the title of my paper is Religious Pluralism as a Proper Ideology for Harmony and Peace. Actually, what I mean by, I use this word because I just follow John Hick classification. So that's why it's come out, religious pluralism. But what I mean, religious over here, I mean spiritual. So what I mean by spirituality includes all kinds of ideologies. So I just heard a paper presented at a FISP conference in Bangkok by Professor Tu Weiming from China. He just talked about spiritual humanism. So what I mean by spirituality includes what he calls spiritual humanism, and also includes the idea, maybe we just call, you see, the materialistic ethics by Professor Dussel from Mexico, or the ethics of giving bread. Okay. And also include Ubuntu philosophy as presented by Professor Ramos from South Africa. So Ubuntu philosophy is materialistic philosophy. So it means that, so what I mean by spirituality could include Marxism. Okay. So I hope my Chinese friends would understand this and feel comfortable. To deal with ideologies, there's no way to escape from faith. But what is faith? That is the problem. Because faith can mean different things to different people. So faith, according to Abraham, means doing what God wanted him to do. Just very simple. Okay, faith, according to Paul Tillich, means ultimate concern. Or faith, according to St. Augustine, can mean a necessary condition for understanding. So to mention just a few, but what I would like to follow the meaning of faith in my paper, I just like to follow the definition given by the American process philosopher Charles Hartshorne. Hartshorne, you see, defines faith as trust. So there are two kinds of faith, two levels of faith. So it means that there are two kinds of trust, according to Hartshorne. So the first level is what he called animal faith. So it means that all living things, not only human beings, have animal faith. So what does he mean by animal faith? It means that all living things trust in physical environment. You see, as you see, all of us come in this room. Why? because we trust in this building. If we don't trust the strength of this floor, or this ceiling, or this building, we dare not come in. Why at lunch, you see, we eat food deliciously? Because we trust the food that there would be no poison. No one put poison in the food. We enjoy drinking coffee, we trust. So what we trust over here, what we have animal faith over here is what I like to borrow the word from Heidegger. So it's transparent, or it's ready to hand. So we do not put a question. You see, this is automatic. This is normal for us. This is transparent for us to have animal faith. But to be a human being, to have animal faith is not enough. We come up to have human faith. So what he called human faith is trust in ideologies. So I like to combine the words from Wittgenstein and Heideggerian together. So all of us who are human beings are always, no exception, thrown to be there under the certain forms of life. And each forms of life has its own games, language games, he used that one, and ideologies. So that it means that, you see, that we have no way to stay away from faith in some certain form of ideology. As the session before us, you see, we hear, you see, like ideology in liberal democracy, and so and so. Okay. Then, when we turn to human beings, turn to people in general, we can classify them into three main groups, three main kinds of believers. So what I mean by believers over here, not narrow sense. Because when we read theology, we just say believer means those who believe in religion or in God or in Dharma. Unbelievers mean those who believe in Marxism or something. No. What I mean by believers over here, including those who believe in Marxism also. So there would be three kinds of believers. So the first kind, I call them, just follow John Hick, the exclusivist. According to the exclusivists, they believe that, you see, that their final thesis is only my way is true. All other ways are wrong. So you see, for people who think this way, they are not ready to have dialogue. If they are religious people, you see, they would, you see, just try to convert people. But another group of believers would be inclusivists. Inclusivists would say something like this. You see, all ideologies or all religious beliefs, all religious ways are good, but mine is better, or truer, or more rational, or safer. So when it ends with but, you see, it seems that we can have dialogue for this group of people, could have dialogue. But finally, you see, dialogue would lead to conflict and to quarrels, because we still believe in our own way. So it is like, to use a metaphor, for those who are inclusivists, it is like, you see, that my way is the text, the whole text. So the other ways are just the chapters of my text. So that's why, you see, that people would feel uncomfortable to have dialogue with these kind of people. The third group is pluralist. So I would like to call here, you see, spiritual pluralist or ideological pluralist. So pluralist, what I mean over here is be careful, because I think even Catholic scholars, I don't want to mention their names, okay, misunderstood about religious pluralism. Because for those scholars, for those theologians, they just think that religious pluralism is similar to religious relativism. No, not at all. Pluralism does not imply relativism. Because for relativism, anything goes. But for pluralism, it means that there are many ways to reach the same goal. So, for example, you see that when I contact with Father Joy told me that, oh, if you come to from Bangkok to Guwahati, there are at least two ways. You can come, you see, through Delhi there and then to Guwahati, or I can come through Calcutta and then through Guwahati. So it means that according to pluralism, there are many ways to reach the same goal. And if we take our way correctly, if we follow correctly, we could reach the goal. But if we don't follow our way correctly, we could not reach the goal. It is like when we walk around the pagoda. Okay, no matter we start with the right hand side first or the left hand side, if we start with the left but go the wrong way, so could not walk around. If we start with the right side but not proper way, so could not around. It's the same thing. Okay, so that's why I think among the three kinds of believers, exclusivists, inclusivists, the most proper believers in our time would be pluralists. Why? As I mentioned to you, only pluralists, you see, are ready to have authentic dialogue. Because you see that we can respect, we can see the ways of the others as good, like our own way. And then there's no need, you see, try to make our own way, you see, becomes better than the other ways. Why should we believe in pluralism? That is the next question. We should believe, as I mentioned already, because if we have true or authentic dialogue, we would have some way to go out from conflict. Because harmony implies no conflict, implies non-violence, but it implies difference. Harmony is, you see that according to Hartshorne, it's between the two kinds of difference, but somehow you see that the two differences could be inharmonious. But how could we reach this? It seems to me that just only through the spirit of pluralism, not inclusivism, not exclusivism. You see, the case of Thailand is very strange. You see, for the case of Thailand, in terms of religions, most Thai people are, I would like to say that, naive pluralists. So the Thai people, you see, just see those who are believers in other religions as equally good. So in this sense, you see that we have no problems about different religions in Thailand. I'm Catholic, so Catholic, I mean the Catholic and Protestant together in Thailand, just about 1%. Okay, 95% Buddhist and about 5% Muslims. We have problems in southern Thailand. You see, the separatists would like to make southern Thailand to become another independent state. They try their best to make political problem, to make it become religious problem. But you see, the Thai government and also the Thai people in general, we don't fall into that game. So we have no problem about different religions. You see, like when the Buddhist scholars, when they organize their conferences, every time, you see, they would invite me to sit in their conference as the representative from Catholicism. So it means that, you see, we respect each other. And also when I have a chance to go to Europe or United States, usually the people would like to hear from me over there just to hear Buddhism. They don't want to hear Western philosophy from me because Western philosophy is in their blood. So anything about Buddhism, they would like to hear from me. So in that sense, you see that in Thailand, I could be like a Christian thinker, a Catholic thinker, but outside Thailand, Okay, I mean that in Europe or United States, I am a Buddhist missionary. Okay. But the case of Thailand is very strange. You see, in terms of religions, most people, you see, are naive pluralists. So it means that, you see, we respect other religions. And as you know very well, you see, even we quote the same scripture. No, whether it's the Vedas or the Tipitaka or the Bible. If we are suppose exclusivists, we can quote the Bible to support our belief. If we are pluralists, we can quote the Bible also. For example, I would give from the Bible, okay? In St. John Gospel, so when Jesus said that, you see, I am the way, I am the truth and life. And no one could go to see the Father except through me. So immediately, if the believers are exclusivists, they would say that me over there means Christians. So if you like to see the Father, you have to convert to become a Christian. But if the believers, you see, are not exclusivists, if they are pluralists, they will say, why don't you see the same gospel, but now turn to the last judgment? Because from the last judgment, Jesus Christ said very well, you see, when he separated between the good and the evil, between the sheep and the goats, he turned to the upright first, and then after that he turned to the evil people, and he thanks them. And then those people, you see, feel surprised. How come? We have never seen you. But Jesus Christ made it very clear that, you see, whatever you did to any least of my brothers, you did it to me. So you would see that me over there, not just only Christians, not just Catholics, it's like the Good Samaritan. So the case of Thailand, yes, I mean the people in general, they are not scholars, they are just common people, but they are naive pluralists, so they have no problem in terms of religion. But now, in terms of politics, big problem. You see, the Thai people in general now are exclusivists. If you think different from me, you are my enemies. And then they start fighting. So this is a big problem for Thailand right now. Just you see, people feel very, even though we have the coup d'etat, and then it seems that now everything is quiet and calm, but you see, under the sea, conflict is still there, but not in terms of religions, but in terms of politics. So it's very, very strange in the case of Thailand, okay? Because time is limited. So I would like to summarize, okay? So when we have different ideologies, the problem is that, you see that we never know that which one is the most correct, the most proper. That's why we need to revalue on values, like Nietzsche proposes to do. Someone would say that, oh, why we should do that? I think we should do that like the spirit of the scientists. So I would like to quote the American philosopher scientist Daniel Dennett. He once said, I quote, "As I look around the world, I see scientists and rationalists like me. We are always going on around asking ourselves, what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong?" You don't see much asking of that question among the religious. They don't seem to be very interested in asking themselves, what if we are wrong? So my point over here is this. We have what we are. When we talk about values, we have values, for example, courage, because we are brave persons. And how can we become brave person? Because we do some brave activities. So I like to summarize that we have what we are. We are what we do. We do what we believe. We believe what we think is true. But the problem is with our belief, because we have different beliefs. We have different ideologies. So that's why I think that we should be humble, like the scientists. We should be ready to listen to the other people. So one of the best Indian movies I have ever seen is PK. So if you do not see this movie yet, I recommend you to see and then reflect upon, you see, about our ideologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was nice. I haven't seen that movie. I better go to it. Yeah, we might spend 5 minutes on movies at the end. There'll be time today. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll comment. I'll try and summarize them later, but I've got a comment before that. Can we first go on to Rudolph? Thank you very much. You want to speak from here? You want to go ahead? Oh yeah, my talk. All right, all right. I'll actually tell you something because after the talks are there, we're going to ask questions. But I thought I'd tell you this joke because it's very relevant. One of my colleagues here, while having dinner today, gave us this little quip about Einstein, but I think it's very relevant because I believe Einstein always had a driver. He never drove himself. And because the driver attended all his talks, he knew all the talks of Einstein by heart. So he was so elated. He says, well, I can stand for Einstein any day. I mean, I know what he says. Einstein took up the challenge and sent him up to deliver one of his talks. The talks were okay. What about the questions? When the questions came up, he was floored. So when the guy asked this question and he didn't know what was happening, he says, well, that's a stupid question because they agreed to change places. So he said, well, my driver even knows the answer. And that's how he got away with it. So I want to know who's going to be my driver today if I get stuck in summarizing these people's talks or whatever happens. So someone has to be my driver. Are we ready, Rudolph? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So I accepted to introduce myself just to save time and avoid the formalities. So very briefly, I am not an academic. There are many academics who are teachers but not intellectuals, and there are many intellectuals who are teachers but not academics. What we need really is organic intellectuals and public intellectuals. And I'm not claiming to be one, but I'm making this claim for Gandhi. You had just now an example of Swami Vivekananda, and you have others as well. Marx would be one of those too. So let me start my talk on Gandhi, and I promise to answer all questions. There is no stupid question, there are stupid answers only. The title is Celebrating Gandhi's Praxis, a synthesis of his life and message. Can you hear me at the back there? If you can't, come forward. When Gandhi claimed that, I'm asking him to roll the text down, okay, as I go. Section 1. Okay. Gandhi claimed, my life is my message. And he wouldn't say more than that about what his message was. And what he meant by that was he was pointing to a synthesis of life and action, of what he did, what he thought, and how he implemented that thought. Now, I want to take this in two specific domains. One is the domain of faith and reason, and the other is the domain of peace and power. And each of these will start with a theoretical discussion, then an application to Gandhi. So let me start with faith and reason. But before that, what do I mean by this public intellectual, or what do I mean by praxis? And I have two quotations over there, which I will read out. One is by Gramsci. the philosophy of praxis does not tend to leave the simple-minded in their primitive philosophy of common sense, but rather to lead them to a higher conception of life. So praxis is trying to articulate the thinking behind an action, then reflecting on that, implementing another action in a kind of action reflection cycle that Paulo Freire has articulated so well in the second code. And this refers not just to changing people, but to changing social structures. I'm now in section 2. Faith and reason have often been seen in the West as binary opposites, particularly in the more rationalist modern age. Either you believe or in religion or you believe in science. They are two opposite things. So, and this leaves people with the choice of fideism or rationalism. Already there were tendencies to this in the early church, with Tertullian, who said, what has Aristotle to do with, what has Athens to do with Jerusalem? He was pointing out to this. But this dualism between faith and reason compartmentalizes them both and impoverishes both of them. We need to bring them together. The age of reason in Europe was followed by the age of faith. Oh, sorry, the opposite. Faith was the age of faith followed by the faith of reason. And now we have a postmodernism that rubbishes reason itself. So rationalism itself is now questioned. So we seem to be going full cycle round and round. The limits of rationality, number one, the limits of rationality we find very well expressed in the Eastern tradition. For one, they do not see faith and reason as opposites but as complementary. Satya as truth in the Indic tradition is ontological. It is not epistemological, and therefore it cannot be contradictory. And this is a more comprehensive understanding of truth, and I would urge that it is more human and more inclusive and more holistic. What we need to do is to have a dialectic between faith and reason, reading one against the other. What does being reasonable mean to faith? And again, what is being faithful to do with reason? How can one be faithful to reason? Okay. The age of reason undermined faith, but the critique of faith turns down on itself with postmodernism. Okay. Rational knowledge has not been sensitive to its inherent limitations, and therefore it can never be rightly reasoned if it extends that. You cannot extend the experimental method beyond its limits. It's meant for sense experience, and that's where it is applied best. So you have the experimental method. What the East has used very much is the experiential method. No reflection on faith is more rational than the Buddha, but he doesn't do experiments outside himself. He does a self-reflection inside himself, and that is important. And I think this has been the Eastern tradition. The rationalist empiricist methodology authenticates empirical science, but it cannot go beyond that for reasons of its own methodology. Okay. Often what happens is we prejudge and presume certain assumptions underlying the rationalist methodology, but we never really examine them. And I think this needs to be done. After all, sometimes we begin to have faith in reason, but we never question that faith. Okay? The Enlightenment faith was based on in reason was based on an autonomous, unbiased subject. We know that doesn't exist anymore. Okay? The positive constituents of any interpretation is not necessarily, the hermeneutics tries to deconstruct the meaningfulness of meaning, to find the surplus of meaning in any expression. And here you have the dialectic between faith and reason, perhaps at its best. The empirical rationalist frame of reference, there is there is no room for faith. There is no room for the ultimate concerns of man. You know, like someone just said, what happens after death? I don't know. People will find out. I don't know what happens after that. I have faith in what happens after that. Do I know that God exists? I don't know that God exists. Certainly not in the empirical scientific way. I believe that God exists. And this brings me precisely to two aspects of faith, which was already hinted at by the previous speaker. Faith as content, which is belief. And often we identify the whole of faith as content. And faith as an act of trust that makes belief possible. An act of trust, like made by faith is necessary for the human condition. You know, we cannot live our lives if we don't trust. We have to trust one another. I have to trust Joy when he says, you know, dinner will be at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, you know, but I have no proof that it will be and that he's telling me the truth, you know. So these are simple everyday things which we take for granted. Now we can extend this precisely to an area where sometimes we are unfamiliar with. So Panikkar rightly says that faith is constitutive of human existence. You know, in order to speak to one another, we must have faith in one another. I must trust that the person speaking to me is trying to communicate something to me. He's not trying to mislead me. I may have to do a deconstruction and see if the person is or not. But again, the content of faith cannot be any content. It must be a content that humanizes us. And therefore, is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, so let's come back again. Okay. And therefore, if to believe is human, then what we believe must make us more human, not less. And this is important. If to believe is human, what we believe must make us more human, not less. And this is the test of good faith. If faith doesn't meet this test, then it is bad faith. The reasonableness of our faith must be tested against a kind of sutra like this. How human does it make me? Blind faith is based on a certain compulsion rather than a certain freedom. It promises security, even grandiosity, but it doesn't lead one to trust and dependency. It is a negation of that because it wants security. Okay? If faith is not humanizing, it cannot be good faith. Okay? Faith can vary across various traditions, but the content of faith can vary across many religious traditions, but the act of faith, I'm in number 3. But the act of faith has a certain fundamental likeness. The act of trust this construction is essentially the same. And this is the most fundamental aspect of human beings and the most essential aspect of faith. A faith that is not trusting is not faith at all. It's something else. You know, maybe it's magic. You know, but now what happens with the content of faith, if we absolutize it, we trap ourselves because new experiences will precipitate new understanding. It will alter our consciousness, and therefore we will need a renewed faith. That's why people like Cardinal Newman spoke of the development of faith. While faith does not create reality, it does make for a definition of the situation. It makes for a frame of reference in which the content of it, a frame of reference in which we deal with the world outside. And therefore, it is real in its effects. As the sociologist W.I. Thomas says, a situation that is defined as real is real in its effects. If you say this is really threatening, you will begin to feel threatened by it. Okay? Now, some religious traditions emphasize orthodoxy, other religious traditions emphasize orthopraxy. Some emphasize content, the other emphasize goodness in action. Okay? Living practice means that truth and meaning and value must come together somehow. Okay? And this is what the dialectic of faith is all about. Testing and discerning the authenticity of one's faith. One must ask, not just am I wrong, but am I really risking myself in trust? If you're not, it's not faith, it's something else. Okay. Okay, we must then have a hermeneutical suspicion about our faith as the point of departure. And this is the basis of dialogue, not just across religious traditions, but also across the divide between faith and reason. Okay. And then we might have different understandings, but then hopefully, if we can properly deconstruct them in a hermeneutically open-minded way, we will have a fusion of horizon and not just a clash of horizon. And then the dialogue, the intellection will have what Wittgenstein calls, you know, the lightness of a game, and something new happens between the players. Okay. Now, this is how I see Gandhi practicing this synthesis of faith and reason, section 4. Gandhi's praxis brings these into a dialectical synthesis. He requires his faith to be reasonable and human so as to be more authentic. But he also critiques reason. He wants his reason to be reasonable. He wants his reason to be faithful to certain human values. Otherwise, he will not accept it. Because, the heart has reasons which the head does not know. And as Chesterton said very well, and this applies to most religious fundamentalists who are very rational and very logical, but as Chesterton says, a madman is someone who has lost everything but his reason. Man has lost everything but his reason. He has lost everything but his reason. Okay? Now, Gandhi's religious sense and sensitivity and his popular religiosity was often tested by his inner voice. Now, we often think of his inner voice as some kind of magical, daemon of Socrates that spoke to him from the inside, But really, his inner voice is precisely that inner conscience, that self-reflective reasoning that was continually going on inside them. He refuses to be overwhelmed by reason. He refuses sometimes to give rational proof. But he says, test it out, like the Buddha would do. Don't believe me, test it out. He says, let us try this and see. And he himself did it with his experiments of truth. Okay? So Gandhi challenges modern rationalists to do the same. He interrogates the traditional and popular faith and tests it for its humanizing aspect and human authenticity as a measure of self-critique. Now, section 5, Gandhi makes a radical reinterpretation of religion and specifically of Hinduism. He positions himself as an insider to mainstream Hinduism. His radical interpretation goes unnoticed because he's seen in the beginning as an insider. Gandhi does not reject, he simply affirms. And what he considers non-authentic, he sloughs off. Beliefs and practices which he sees are dehumanizing and perverse and oppressive, he condemns right from the beginning. As he says, if the Vedas if Hinduism justifies untouchability, I will give up Hinduism. So for him, Bhikkhu Parikh says this very well. He says what he does with religion, he makes a secularized content of it with a spiritual form. So it is at both at once secular and non-secular at the same time. One of the marvelous ways in which he does this is with the Gita. The Gita was a book that was meant to justify the karma of a reluctant warrior urging him to fight. And Gandhi turns that around into a book of non-violence. It's a spiritual fight, and he picks up one of the key elements in the Gita of the Nishkama Karma, and he makes that the basis of his ahimsa and his satyagraha. Nishkama Karma, that is selfless action. Okay. The dialectic between faith and reason needed must be constructive and creative. Now, the opposite is the Hindutva of Savarkar. Savarkar reduces Hinduism to a political ideology and a cultural nationalism. And today it is being projected as a kind of cultural nationalism. But we have something earlier. National socialism was bringing together nationalism and an ideology. You could get the same with the nationalism and culture, or nationalism and religion. Okay, and his appeal is to the upper castes and the religious elites. What he wants is a homogeneous communal identity, and which will then subsume or negate and make of all India one community. The great model for Savarkar was the unity of Italy, which suppressed local dialects, which suppressed local customs, and imposed the northern Italy, the Italian of Turin and the customs over there as the Italian culture. So Sicily has never quite agreed to that, and then therefore they have their own mafia. Gandhi also used mass mobilization across caste and community. And one of his appeals was for Purna Swaraj, that is Swaraj or freedom or self-rule, or if self-ruling oneself for all. Savarkar politicizes religion thus. This is his statement in one of his presidential addresses in the Hindu Mahasabha. Hindουize politics and militarize Hindudom. Now, this is a very dangerous thing, We saw this happening earlier in Christianity with the Crusades, and look where that left us. So Savarkar's Hinduism reads to Hindu Rashtra, and that morphs into something aggressive and even fascist. Gandhi's Hinduism is open to a secular state and leads to Ram Raja in the way he understood it. Not a secularism of Nehru, which was dharma nirapekshata, neutrality to all religion, but the dharma, but sarva dharma samabhav, that is respect for all religion. And the traditional Hindu elite felt very threatened by him. Now, I won't elaborate that, but we can ask questions about it if you like. But all the three attempts on Gandhi's life were made by Hindus and by elite Hindus, and at least most of them by Brahmins. I think all three were by Brahmins, somehow connected with the old Hindutva, Hindu nationalist ideology. They saw him as betraying, they politicized it, you know. They saw him as betraying the Hindu nation. Okay? And in fact, Ashish Nandi insightfully points out that all those who were threatened by Gandhi's kind of Sanatan Dharma are really responsible for his death. They all are, they create an atmosphere in which the murderer could operate, very much as happened today, when you create a kind of atmosphere of hatred in which anyone can light a spark and take advantage of it. Okay? For Gandhi, the unity of humankind was the oneness of the cosmos. It was really based on an Advaitin vision of the basic the unity of all creation. And his tolerance is not a negative tolerance, it's a tolerance of communication and enrichment. For Gandhi, dialogue between East and West and in all religions must be rooted in your own sense of who you are and where you are, and this becomes the basis for mutual learning. He famously said, I don't want my house to be, my windows to be closed and my house to be stuffed. I want the winds of all the world, I want the winds of all cultures to blow freely about my house, but I refuse to be blown off my feet. And this sense of religious diversity and pluralism in Gandhi comes from the Jaina idea of anikantavad, the many-sidedness of truth, not relativism, but pluralism. Relativism in the sense of the limitedness of human nature to grasp the whole truth, but not relativism in the sense that there is no truth at all. Okay? Gandhi firmly believed in Satya as reality. In cultural matters, Gandhi is not an assimilationist, he's a pluralist. He doesn't want to assimilate other cultures, but he wants all cultures to be enriched by one another without losing their identity or their dignity. So Gandhi is opposed to political revivalists and religious nationalists like Tilak and Malavia and Dayanand Savarkar, Saraswati and others. For Gandhi, an open, understanding dialogue must precede and not follow a free and adaptive integration. His Hind Swaraj, he tries to bring together all this in a very quaint book. Now that book was written in 1908 and sometimes it's misunderstood and dismissed as, irrelevant. Please get a hold of Anthony Parell's introduction and edition of Hind Swaraj and you will see how it is a book pertinent today. Hind Swaraj was banned in one country and guess which that country was? India. The British colonial Raj was smart enough to realize the threat it represented to them. For us, it represents no threat because this message we don't seem to get. Okay? Thus, Gandhi's was an enriched diversity and invigorated pluralism. Okay? It's fundamental, and he sees this as the fundamental strength and the secret of the survival of Indic culture. Its pluralism, its tolerance, its hospitality to difference. Okay? Gandhi is a critical traditionalist. He's critical of modernity, but he is not dismissive of modernity. He accepts all the liberative contribution of modernity like civil rights, democratic freedoms, and all these things. But he refuses to accept the tyranny of reason. He refuses to accept the tyranny of technology in this, In his unique way, he sets up a creative encounter between tradition and modernity. And he's a great synthesizer of contrast, if not of contradictions across traditions. Now here's his synthesis and as a result of its praxis. Gandhi would humanize, section 6, Gandhi would humanize rights and duties, heart and head, individual and community, faith and reason, economic development and spiritual progress, religious commitment and religious pluralism, self-realization and political action. Why, that's a huge thing to do. He brings together the philosophical discourse and political and popular culture, renewal and enlightened renewal and social reform. There's a synergy between the philosophic and the popular, the Upanishads and the Tulsi Ramayana. He can read them together. He Christianized Hinduism, but he also Hinduized Christian spirituality. A reinterpretation from within is more effective in a reform than a critique from without. And Gandhi understood this. So he was neither a conservative or a progressive. He was someone who was truly a transformative, charismatic person. He effortlessly transcends the dichotomy of both orthodoxy and iconoclasm. In the best of traditions, he combines faith and reason. He refuses to accept the blind faith of the fundamentalists, but he makes a constant critique of his own faith and the popular tradition to which he belonged. But he insists that the critique itself, based on reason, must be faithful to human values. This is what I'm calling the self-reflexive method, and I think is very, very typical of the East. There is one difficulty with Gandhi's sense of religion and faith. Gandhi's ashram grew vegetables. They did not grow flowers. To me, that's a symbol of not celebrating beauty. When he was asked by Tagore, "Don't you enjoy the beauty of the sunset?" Gandhi said, "How can I when there are so many people who cannot enjoy even a good meal among my brothers?" But he was a man of angst. He had a great sense of humor, a very puckish sense of humor, and some of the things that he said. But celebration was not part of that. But it's interesting to notice that if Gandhi's ashram grew vegetables, they never had a religious structure in the ashram. Now just think of someone who is as religious as him, who has a prayer hall, but no religious structure. What is the meaning of that? Gandhi always did things symbolically, and I think the symbols need to be deconstructed and put together. I'll say now a final word about peace and power. How many minutes do I have?
2 minutes.
Then I won't say anything about peace and power. Yeah? Because I can't do it. You can read it in the paper or you can ask me about it. Just let me say this briefly. The Eastern idea of peace is, it must have, the Western idea of peace or the ethical idea of peace must have freedom, okay, and it must have justice. Peace is the fruit of justice, and justice can never be without freedom. But the Eastern idea of peace must be harmony. So what Gandhi is trying to do is to bring about harmony. And what is social harmony? It's where the parts keep their distinction and yet make a whole. Not an organic whole where they lose their identity, but a synergy that keeps their identity. And perhaps the best analogy for this is a symphony. The various instruments play their notes, but they make a symphony. And each instrument is still distinct. And if you have a good ear, a good conductor will say, the flute is out of tune. The flute is not playing its role. But the whole thing makes a synergy. But we must understand peace is based on power, not power as domination, but not power over, but power as contribution, power for, power towards, and I think I'll leave it at that, and then we can pursue this further in the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I might use my driver this time. Very, very briefly, I'll just go over just the topics only because the speakers are here and you can ask questions. We'll pass them on to the speakers. Is that all right? Straight away rather than my summary. Are you okay with that? Yeah. And speakers ready to answer? Yeah, go ahead, please. Can you address the question to whom it is and then, yeah, sure.
I'll be very brief. With apology to our friend, Gandhi politics will come. And I'm going to talk something. Ram Manohar Lohia was claimed to be a Gandhiite. He described Gandhiites in three categories. Mattis, those who had made Gandhi a Gandhian shrine and worshipped Gandhi. Then he said Sarkari Gandhi, the government of India. And third category was Achut Gandhi, in which Gandhian, in which he included himself. That we are the true Gandhi. I don't want to fall in this category. Nearly 50 years back, as a young man, I started teaching in Gujarat Vidyapeeth. The type of experience I had, it goes entirely against what they established Gandhi and started worshipping him. Nothing Gandhian is being followed in Gujarat, which Gandhi himself has started in 1920 as a national center of higher education. He was first Acharya. So why I'm telling you this? Because let us not make Gandhi into a script. You find everything in Gandhi, and Gandhi is the Gandhi, and on the name of Gandhi, we do everything and explain everything. He was great, that's why we are talking. This is a very simple logic, but let us be critical. In Gandhi's Gujarat, Gandhi's Ahmedabad, I had my house. I built my house. And I was residing there, and what happened between 2000 and 2003? There was a flood, there was an earthquake, and there was a human earthquake, the Kamdal Rai. I sold my house and came back to London. I don't claim to be Gandhian, but I have very high regard for Gandhi. Gandhi as a humanist. But Gandhians have killed him. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Could we restrict our comments to questions rather than comments on the talk? Because we've heard quite a lot already. I think the speakers have elaborated beautifully in their talk. They need commendation for that. But if we start, I mean, I'm not against comment, but I think we are here specifically for questions on the talks on of this. But anyway, thank you for that. Could we have, this hand came up first, please. Yes, please. Oh, you have the mic there. Okay, go ahead. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Compliment for scholars. My name is Liu Qingjing from Macquarie Institute, China. And your presentation made me think of Paul Hicks theory. Paul Hicks proposed that all religion or philosophy has its own ultimate concern, not only salvation. So as Confucianism has its ultimate concern, like internal transcendence. And the Buddhism just like enlightenment and became Buddha, and he argued that all religion or philosophy has ultimate concern. So he is also a religious pluralism scholar. So your presentation makes me think of his theory. So have you heard about this theory, or what's your difference with his argument?
About pluralism, that's for you. Yeah, yeah.
So thank you for your question. Actually, you see, Paul Tillich. No, John Hick. It's different persons. Okay, Paul Tillich deal with ultimate as faith as ultimate concern. In his book, the very small book, The Dynamics of Faith. In that book, you see, he just make a distinction between signs and symbols. So he make it very clear that how symbols, you see, could become part of reality. But in the case of John Hick, you see that you can see him from different points. Okay, you can say that he is a monistic pluralist or a pluralist monist. Why? Because in terms of the end, he is a monist. He said that reality is there. We just use different names. For the Taoists, we just call Tao. For the Buddhists, we call Dhamma. For Hindus, just call God. For Christian, we call God. Okay, but that is the same ultimate reality. But the ways to the same ultimate now is different. That's why you see he is a pluralist in the means, but the monist in the end. That is John Hick. So different person, John Hick and Paul Tillich.
Are you happy with that? Okay. There was a question here. Sorry, before you, this can't get your names on it.
Thank you, Pri, for your very interesting engagement. With Dr. Joyan, now you mentioned Swami Vivekananda being engaged with annihilation of caste. And another great pioneer in India who also talked about caste is Ambedkar. Now, what is the dynamics of interaction between Ambedkar and Swami Vivekananda in terms of caste and in terms of dialogue on values and traditions? It also invites us to explore the dialogue between the Upanishads and Buddhism, because Swami Vivekananda in fact drew also upon both Buddhism and the Upanishadic tradition. And Ambedkar also drew upon both Upanishad and Buddhism. But Ambedkar's building upon Upanishad is very rarely explored. My second query is that this idea of something a new religion, I think that is the common stream in all of you. What is the shape of that new religion? And Swami Vivekananda, Gandhi, all of them, they embodied religion in a post-religious manner. So it is in that sense that one can speak of it. If Jnani Bhattima from the Christian tradition is talking about a post-Christian world, in fact, Gandhi and Swami Vivekananda also embodied a post-Hindu religion. Now, with you, Dr. Sri Ra Kuer, so how do you say thank you in Thai Kapunka? Now, your engagement with life and belief, but is belief and ideology the same thing? I think to make beliefs ideological and that to bring Wittgenstein and Heidegger in this argument, it invites further reflection. Because to my mind, neither Wittgenstein nor Heidegger used the word ideology. Wittgensteinian form of life is not an ideologized word. And then about the pluralist, of course, there are varieties of pluralist as well. Therefore, pluralism in itself, not enough, said naive pluralism. Speaking about Thailand, the South Thailand issue is not just a question of faith. There is also the quality of state and violence of state that needs to be taken into account. Very quick one or two questions to Dr. Rudy is that you mentioned, for example, the much talked about dialogue between Athens and Jerusalem, the need for doing that. But just to problematize this, I would like to draw your attention to the dialogue between Johannes Metz and Jürgen Habermas. And that dialogue, that Athens and Jerusalem dialogue, calls us for a different kind of reason, what Metz called about amnestic reason, a reason which remembers. But your rendering of Satya from Indian tradition is ontological rather than epistemological. Are you still within the dualism between the ontological and epistemic? Because if the epistemic dimension of truth is also not explored, are we not in a danger of a one-sided collapse? About Gandhi, two things very briefly. One is the notion of Purna Swaraj. Let us not forget that Gandhi came to the agreement of Purna Swaraj only in 1930. Only in 1930. Even in Hind Swaraj, he has not talked about Purna Swaraj. And this much quoted paragraph of Gandhi that I would like to keep my home open, doors and windows open, and I would not like my fit to be blown away. But Gandhi himself, of course, he undertook a lot of footwork in the early days of his political career. But Gandhi stopped travel, for example, travel outside India, out of political compulsion. So therefore, at this present juncture, just reproducing the statement of Gandhi is not enough, because we need to embody a different modality of being with the world, and just keeping our windows and doors open is not enough.
So what would your question there be? You're objecting to his presentation, isn't it? You happy with it? Yeah, go ahead.
I thought it would be better to take all the questions together. But,
If it's on-
the chair says no. So-
Yeah, but I feel sometimes it's lost in
Because
translation.
all
as
these
you
are
say.
connected, and I'm sure the
Okay.
next question
If
is going to
it's-
be connected with this one.
If it's for the same speaker on the same theme, yes.
Rudolph, once again. As you say that the inner voice actually provides the test, there is a dichotomy here between the inner and the outer. The outer, which is the public intellectual, and the inner, which is the private self of Gandhi. I don't see a reconciliation. Gandhi is actually split, and Gandhi represents the split self that Lyon talks about. Or Gandhi is more Cartesian than the Cartesians themselves in many ways. And Gandhi turns solipsistic whenever he speaks with a crisis. Tory, for example. That is one technical problem. The other problem is about plurality and the attempt to reconcile a variety of faiths. Plurality leads to multiplicity, which Gandhi wanted to control and bring into a certain kind of a unified fold. He wanted to reduce many fold into one fold. Now that created a lot of violence within Gandhi's system. Gandhi's notion of truth became highly persuasive as well as coercive of dissent. So Gandhian pluralism wanted to curtail dissent. It never allowed a dissent or a resentful critique or an alternative spirituality. The space for alternative spirituality was completely numbed by Gandhian pluralism. That remains as Gandhi's major tragedy in the realm of faith, and that actually constrains the space for a secular religion, as you have made it. And there are many other such forms. I'm just going to Neeraj. From your presentation, it seems that Vivekananda was actually a modern rationalist and scientist. So what happens to his notion of faith? He wanted to experience Kali, for example, and he claimed that he had experienced that he has seen. Now, some
Let him
religious
finish.
experiences are somewhat beyond any rational justification. That part of Vivekananda goes in total conflict with what we have to say.
Is it on Gandhi or on Vivekananda? Okay. Fine.
Starting from my side,
All right. Okay, sure.
your presentation, I heard my name is Suryanarayan. You referred to the problem in southern Thailand brought by the Malay Muslims. Many of us who have studied Thailand, not in depth, the problem is arisen because the Thai government wants to build up the nation on the basis of religion of the majority people and language of the majority, and wants to ignore the minority one. The problem can be solved only if you take a leaf out of Gandhi, who said the greatness of a nation consists on how well it treats its minority. And I will illustrate what Gandhiji had in mind. Will permit me, sir, by one illustration.
If it's brief.
After independence, the Orthodox Hindus wanted Gandhiji's support for an enactment of a law which bans cow slaughter. So they go to Gandhiji and tell him, you yourself do not eat meat, you must support our demand for ban on cow slaughter, because the majority of the people, the Hindus, they worship the cow. Gandhiji said, I will not be a party to any legislative enactment which Of course, the religious beliefs, the majority community. India consists, Gandhiji added, not only Hindus, but Christians, Buddhists, Muslims. And then Gandhiji added, if Pakistan enacts a law banning idol worship, I will go and resist that thing. So the problem of nation building can be solved only if you go far to protect the minority beliefs. That's right. One question on Gandhiji to you, sir. Perhaps if Gandhiji would have been a greater revolutionary, if instead of temple entry, Gandhiji had also advocated tank entry, T-A-N-K, tank. Because village tank was a place where the downtrodden were not admitted to take their bath or take their water. And I'm not questioning the temple entry or its symbolic significance, but the tank entry perhaps would have been greater than.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor, both of you, for your comments. In the case of in southern Thailand, I would like to say that it's very, very complicated in terms of history. You see, for those who are separatists, they could use a lot of reasons. Okay, history. They say that in the past they were independent, not under the Kingdom of Thailand. Then, in terms of economy also, you see those people over there, they are not happy with the Kingdom of Thailand to compare with Malaysia, because right now you see economy in Malaysia is better than in Thailand. Then, in terms of ethnicity, you see, in fact, the Muslims in Thailand, there are 5 groups of Muslims in Thailand. First, Khmer Muslim, we just call them Jam. Okay, we have no problem. They cause no problem. Second, we have Persian Muslims. Since the Ayutthaya time, so a long time ago, no problem. Third, Southern Asia, we mean that Indian and also Pakistan Muslim in Thailand. And then fourth, Chinese Muslim. Okay. And last but not least, Malay Muslim. But Malay Muslim, we don't have the problem with Malay Muslim in Bangkok, in Salaburi, in Central Prat, or in the northern of the South Thailand, of the Thailand. Only in the 3 provinces and some districts of Songkhla in southern Thailand that we have the problem. And those people who would like to separate, you see, they try their best to make this problem, you see, in terms of history, ethnicity, political, and so, to make it religious problem. But for us, no, it's not religious problem. We respect. But they try their best to try to make it religious problem because they could draw help from abroad, from international help, things like that. But the Thai government did not jump into that game. Thank you, sir. I am not sure about your question. What is the question? Yes.
Belief with ideology, and I think it is deeply problematic. Because belief is not ideological. And then to bring Wittgenstein and Heidegger to refer to our form of life and life work and to make them ideological is deeply problematic.
Okay. Thank you very much. I agree with you. You see, beliefs are more fundamental than ideologies. So the ideology would be subset from beliefs. But because you see, when we talk about beliefs, there can be, you see, like basic beliefs. You see, some philosopher would say that in terms of basic beliefs, we don't have the questions. We just take it for granted. But you see, when those beliefs could become ideology, somehow you see that it could determine our life. But at the same time, you see that we as individuals, man, could determine culture. So it's both way. So in some sense, culture made man, but in another sense, man made culture. So I agree with Paul Ricoeur. You see that who could harmonize and compromise between, you see, like Gadamer and Habermas. Habermas stand for rationality, whereas Gadamer could stand for tradition. When we talk about tradition, no way to escape from beliefs and ideologies. But we could challenge, as I mentioned, we could leave values because the world is subject to change. So we should not stop over there and then to be. My point is that you see that the problem with exclusivists, because they are dogmatic, not like the scientists. The scientists they are not dogmatic, they are tentative. You see it? But for the inclusivists, they are less dogmatic, but still problem is there. So I still believe in Jesus Christ's teaching about humility and humbleness. So I would not take side with Aristotle, who consider that, you see, proper pride is a virtue, whereas I do not agree with Nietzsche also, who consider arrogance is a virtue. You could see the difference. Okay, so Aristotle would say that for moral virtues would take the middle way. If the two extremes, no matter in terms of excess or deficiency, not virtues. But in this case, I think I agree with Christianity. You see, because I see the scientists, they are always tentative, not dogmatic. That's my point. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll let Rudolph answer those few questions that came up, and then maybe Neeraj's. There might still be questions later, but why not hear them while you come? It's better.
Well, first let me start with with my position. See, I'm trying to foreground a critical Gandhi, not a dogmatic one. Okay, and what has happened today, Gandhi has been reduced to Gandhiism, and it reminds me of the saying of Voltaire: when history wants to take revenge on a great man, it sends him disciples. Gandhiism has become vegetarianism, you know, and we co-opt him in very insidious ways which we don't even notice. So Swachh Bharat was propagated as a Gandhian ideal of cleanliness. Now this is rubbish, because Gandhi's idea of cleanliness was precisely to undermine pollution and to give labor dignity. This is a middle class virtue of cleanliness is close to godliness, and it's only the middle class that can afford enough water to have water toilets that can be clean, you know. So this is precisely the problem with co-opting Gandhi, you know. So I think it's important that we be critical of Gandhi, but we be critical of ourselves. And I think our approach should be not just interrogating Gandhi. We are doing this all the time, and I think it's becoming an escape mechanism. Let us allow Gandhi to interrogate us. What has he got to say today about non-violence? Take the modern world today. Gandhi's Ahimsa is impractical. Has anybody found anything more practical? Our only answer to violence is more violence. You know what the answer to the guns shooting in the US was? Put an armed guard in every classroom. Now, this is a rational society or an absurd society? You know? So I'm trying to point out that precisely we escape this thing by criticizing Gandhi again and again, you know. And for post-religion, Anandji, I don't believe that's a viable category. I'll tell you why. Because it creates a vacuum that is finally filled up with all kinds of ideologies and fundamentalism. It's the secular city, and then of course there was a festival for fools. You know, religious language is essentially symbols. It's symbolic. It cannot be anything else. And if it's symbolic, it's got to be expressed in rites and rituals. That has got to be preserved. If it's a charismatic experience of religion, it's got to be preserved in an institution. So you cannot have this faith as belief and as trust that is not institutionalized somehow. Hinduism is also organized, not formally in the church, but informally in so many different ways, in castes, in mutts, in sects, and all these kinds of things. You will not get a religion that is not institutionalized in some way, otherwise it will die with the founder. Okay? But you need charismatic people to keep renewing it. And what I'm pointing out is that Gandhi is picking up what is really the core element of the most enlightened parts of Hinduism, stuffing off the rest, leaving others to add the rites and rituals. He didn't want to do that himself. This is how I read it, okay? Now, the danger is in the functional substitutes of religion, because it can be anything, you know? And I said fundamentalism and so on comes again and again. We cannot live abstract lives with abstract truth, especially religious truth. We are human beings. Even trust with one another, we express with symbols, you know? We use, you know, roses to express love and something else and this and that, the other. You know, it has to be so. We are material embodied human beings, okay? Now, it is true that some postmodernists like Derrida, who I have terrible problematic with, his deconstruction peels the onion until there is nothing left. And like most critical philosophers, he's very good in what he critiques. He's not so good in what he affirms. And it's a wonderful, I don't know about the conversation between Derrida and Habermas, but there's a wonderful conversation between Derrida and Gadamer. And he refuses to pose a question to Gadamer. He says, if I pose a question, I've already made an assumption. I want to start with no assumption. This is like the person who wants to start from nowhere, you know. So you can't do that. You are positioned somewhere or the other. And with all his sophistication, I think we have not been critical of Derrida enough. You will remember that when he was offered that award in Oxford, there was a strong movement to deny him because he said, this is not philosophy, this is something else. You know, of course, it got overruled, you know, other things prevailed. Now, they have left out a huge amount of Gandhi. In 20 minutes, what could I say? Okay. So the rest of it, you can read the paper, you might get something more. But again, you know, I think when it comes to dialogue, what I missed in this whole seminar was the levels of dialogue. Everybody is thinking of dialogue like they were philosophers and theologians and so on at the level of articulation. That is the last and perhaps the least. The first level of dialogue is life, living together, which the Indian village did a lot very well for a long, long time. You know, and if you look at praxis, this is how it will work. You live together first. Okay, then you learn to act together. And I'll give you an illustration of how we act together and how it points out to religious prejudice and opens possibility for contact with one another. There was a riot in a slum in Bombay, and Hindus and Muslims had fought. And after it all quietened down, one of my priest friends working with the slum said, "Now let us come and clean the gutter so that it, you know, we can once again live with some sort of minimum hygiene." So when they began, the whole slum volunteered to clean the gutter. They came there and then they started arguing. You clean this part, you clean that part. No, you did this, you did that. Hindu Muslims were divided about cleaning the gutter. Finally, he got exasperated and he stopped and he says, "Please tell me, what is the religion of the gutter?" Because you have to have one gutter running through the slum, you can't have it. But that was action that brought them together, brought them to an understanding. I think this is the beginning of the basis of dialogue. You know why dialogue between intellectuals and activists I learned works better with women than with men? Because they can do things together. When intellectuals and activists get to dialogue, one feels guilty, the other feels robbed of their ideas by the intellectual. But a group of women got together and they had the same problem. And you know what they did? They started cooking the evening meal. It established, this person participating there, established a whole new interaction among them and they could talk. Dialogue of life before the dialogue of action. Then there's a dialogue of shared experience. And the highest experience would be of mysticism. But there are other experiences that we have of injustice, of persecution, of longing, of trust and all. We can share that these are basic human experiences that do not have necessarily a religious context. It's a human context, okay? It can be expressed religiously. And then finally bring the theologians in, bring the philosophers in to have a dialogue of articulation. And if it doesn't work, let it be. We can live, honestly, I believe we can live without it, okay? Gandhi was coercive, yes, but he was coercive because the people around him could not resist his charism, okay? He was coercive, yes. But you know, why didn't they stand up to him? All these people, little boys, what happened before the Salt March? They were lost. They didn't know what to do. And 3 weeks they waited for Gandhi to decide to tell them what to do. If they wanted to do something, start. You know, I get annoyed with this because I think we are being unfair to the man. And I believe Gandhi was a failure. He died in failure. He died a defeated man. He died a rejected man by his very own disciples. Nehru and others did not bother to find out what was happening. They were busy drafting the constitution. They agreed to partition without even informing Gandhi. After the decision, they informed him. They didn't even tell Frontier Gandhi. Now, these are the things the old man had to cope with. But if he had lived, and that's why they had to kill him, he would have gone on that yatra, a padayatra, across Pakistan to Peshawar, where the Frontier Gandhi was. Can you imagine how that would have inflamed the continent? They could not allow it. So they actually, I think they let him die. They were threats, they knew it. And of course, if you only please watch that movie, 9 days to Rama, 9 days. It was banned in India, you know, and there's Humphrey Bogart acting in that movie. So that may attract you if you're not Gandhi. 9 days to Rama. It's an old movie. You'll have to get it on YouTube or somewhere or the other. And be careful, it's banned in India, you might be caught. Because it squarely points out the role of the RSS and the Hindutvawadis in this thing. And it traces it from police records. You know, it's a well-documented movie, okay? Now, it is true about untouchability and thank. Gandhi is accused of not having attacked caste enough. We don't realize also on what a delicate balance he was working on. He was black flagged in Calcutta. They sent him back. They didn't let him get off the train. Now, he had to make a decision. Should I fight caste, lose the leadership of this movement, or probably kill the movement? How much can I push these people? He had to make that decision. And he changes his mind on caste constantly. It begins in 1930, condemning, rejecting caste, and so on and so forth, until in the end he encourages inter-caste marriages. You know, but that is the end of his life. I would like to end just with this, that we allow Gandhi to interrogate us, and that we encourage a dialogue, as D.S. Nagaraj, the Dalit from Karnataka, the literature who now passed away, does, a dialogue between Gandhi and Ambedkar, and I would add Marx. Because Gandhi was trying to do a cultural reform, Ambedkar was doing a political reform. Ambedkar, political reform in a sense is a success. All the laws he wanted have been passed. Has the culture changed? Has the people changed? No. That is the failure precisely that Ambedkar did not anticipate. He thought the politics would change the culture. Gandhi's insight was the culture will change the politics. And I think both of them need a social analysis which Marx can provide. Thank you.
Well, you know, Vivekananda had his contradictions. So I wrote the paper in a particular context, and we've been campaigning in that context. So I don't defend all that Vivekananda. The point is, I think had he lived longer and had he gone ahead with trying to implement what he was planning to do, send sannyasis all over the country with a program, then probably he would have confronted his own, you know, a lot of contradictions in all that he said. And but I basically believe that he was a very genuine person. And he overexhausted himself trying to you know, engage with this country. When he was abroad, when he came back, he was so thoroughly fed up because he was trying to raise funds for the movement, building a movement here. And he was so thoroughly fed up with the response he got. And so I wouldn't, you see, it depends upon how you are looking at things. I mean, I'm not looking at it plainly from a philosophical point of view as an end in itself. We are living in a particular context today wherein he's being projected as an icon. And he's being only quoted, only some parts which are very suitable to what the fundamentalists want. So what we've basically been doing is trying to say that, well, that's not all Vivekananda is. This is also a very large body. And this is actually what he wanted to do. And that is the more important part. So I'm not, you know, and that's the same thing with the earlier question about Ambedkar and Vivekananda's engagement on untouchable. Well, ultimately, I don't think that even Ambedkar had a solution. They were all searching for answers. And those answers are not easy to come by. In Vivekananda's writings, well, he says he wants to build a casteless society. He talks of that ashram, but that ashram never really came about. No? So had he tried to implement it in practice, then the question is, Shahu Maharaj tried to do it in practice. And he ran up against huge problems when he had to build separate hostels for separate children. Whether Vivekananda would have succeeded in that, I don't know. So Vivekananda was, he was still to implement all these ideas he had, the Ramakrishna Mutt never did it. They even very conveniently leave out a lot of his writings when they publish his works. I was trying to find some of these papers in the published works, and they vanished. They're not there. The same thing is with Ambedkar. Ambedkar, when he eventually accepts Buddhism, and he says that, well, here's a religion which negates caste. His followers have made Buddhism into a, into a new kind of a religion, and all his followers, they themselves don't indulge in inter-caste marriages, and the whole movement is stagnating. So, for me, when I look at Vivekananda or Ambedkar, I think that, or Gandhi as the discussion took place, I think all of them in their times, which were very complicated, and we're living in a very complex and complicated society, they did their best in addressing the problem. We take what is positive from them and move on from there and try to take the challenges, to face the challenges which they faced and try and transform society. I think all these philosophers we've been talking about are activist philosophers. And for me, philosophy is actually activist philosophy. And I look at things in that perspective. So I look at that as a continuum, not as, okay, they had these problems, they had these problems. What do you do with that? So, and they were also changing. Ambedkar also changed. Gandhi also changed. Vivekananda also changed. And I think that we must appreciate that. Had they lived longer, probably a lot more things would have come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to say, sort of spend a minute of my conclusion, but before that, can I say that our three speakers have been brilliant, and there is a big hand, please. Thank you. No, sincerely, thank you very much. Thank you, Neeraj and Rudolph and Stephen. No, well, I should have cracked a few more jokes, but there wasn't time. And it's, dinner's coming up shortly, so I think you'd rather go to that. But before we go, first of all, we speak of lovely views. This is a beautiful view. I've never seen so many faces together, all bright and smiling, very few sleeping. That was good. That means you were listening. I hope, yeah, it has truly been nice to see something from a different perspective. I'm thankful to Stephen. He embarrassed me by putting me up on the chair. We're good friends, and thank you to everybody who worked. But I want to conclude with a story that, which is true. I spent 6 years in Africa. I spent 7 years in the Gulf, and I don't know where else I've been. But I always picked up very useful things. But before I went to Africa many years back, I decided to go and get some advice from a lady who had worked with the UN. She was from Goa. And I said, give me some advice. I'm going to a new place. I don't know what to do. And she worked for the UN, I think, between Peru and Bolivia. I can't remember the country. But the story is true, and I'll try and cut it short. It's a long story, but I'll try and make it very brief. The UN had gone to this particular village and had decided that the sanitation was very poor there. So they ordered that toilets be built and that everything be done according to, normal, what you call hygienic standards. And so they came and they did what they wanted and went off. And they gave instructions to everybody. We want to see you using toilets, and we want the drainage running and the roads clean and all that. They came back after 6 months and they found that there were pigeons in the toilets and no one was using anything. So they came and they called for an assembly, yelled at all the villagers. And when this top guy had finished what he had to say, one rather elderly man at the back, so finally they decided to ask, so what do you guys want? We came here and we did all this for you. And that old man from the back, he says, you never asked us what we wanted. So these big, powerful UN with all their money and their clout and all those people around, okay, tell us. Then the old man steps forward and the people give way. He's the village elder. He knows what they want. I think it was Peru, because I think it fits in with their society. He says, for us, what we want the graves of our ancestors honored. Spend money in doing up our graveyard. And the UN was shocked because UN has never ever done anybody's graveyard. They'll build all possible, other constructions. But by exception, they decided that they would do the graveyard. So they did the graveyard. They came back in 6 months. The toilets were used. It basically summarizes, I think, sense of values. For the UN, sanitation was important. For those people, their ancestors were important. And they wanted their ancestors honored. So I think in our sense of approach to people, this will be my conclusion. I've tried to observe it in wherever I've been to different countries with different people. I find people are the same everywhere. They want you to do what they think is their need, not what we think is our need. Because those are their values. They are the values. They are the human values. They are the values in Asia, as I think I've worked in 3 continents. I find the values are the same. They're human values, and if you can ask questions, I think we get answers, then we can know what to do. Thank you very much. Yeah, I should say that actually, because if we were in the UK, I'd say, hey guys, we've done, let's go to the pub. Have a drink. Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of this session. In fact, this was the last session for the day. I'd like to thank Trophy D'Souza, the chairperson, for conducting this session, and the eminent speakers on the dais for expressing their thoughts on the topic. Thank you all for listening. I request all of you who are present here and those who are present outside the hall to be present for the dinner which is being served in the atrium, please. Thank you. There's one more announcement. Please be here tomorrow at 9 a.m. so that we can start the session on time. The dinner is ready. It is being served.
Yes, dinner is down, yeah.
Sorry for the tea once again.